Nameless, as we take a look at the maps and modes that will be played out in this best of 5, tell me the underdog story, because if you looked at the coaches poll, everyone's saying London Royal Ravens, number 12, bottom of the league.
11 teams put them there. 11 teams had them dead last. And I think what Ali said is a very fair statement. Two very streaky players in Asim and Paul X, but when they're on, man, they can really beat some teams. You know, I think that this team composition I am a bit worried about, so this is a huge match for them.
Well, it's time to get the match started. New York's ready to rock. London is ready to go, and so are our casters. Gentlemen, take it away. It's time for series number 2 of day 2.
Let's party. Let's do this, Chance. We're well rested, we're well fed, and we're ready to party. This is going to be very, very interesting. The debut of the New York Subliners and the London Royal Ravens. Brand new rosters here in the 2023 season. And I must admit, between the intro videos, I am dumb lit, mate, to get into this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we get to spend even more time on hotel.
And yeah, 3 hotels in the middle of the series, so we will be extending our stay, racking up the points as it were, and get ready for our trip to Amsterdam, probably in the off season. But this is one of the very few times where I feel like there legit might be bad blood in this match. Both the team and Paul X, former players of the Subliners, and I gotta tell you, Paul X, his stay was filled with a lot of drama. So already a fun couple rivalries we started our day with, Minnesota versus Toronto, and now an even better one.
Yeah, these players certainly put the D in drama. Here we go, though. Hard point in the hands of the New York Subliners as the brakes are on. An exciting and riveting way across the map. We saw a bit of parkour there. Hydra, known for his high-octane gameplay, high speed, high impact. Certainly find that one there. Asim, newcomer to the roster now for the London Royal Ravens. Now, the talk of the town right now is that the Ravens are coming into this one as the heavy underdogs, but we will see just what happens here in our first matchup. And so far, all good in the hood, New York Subliners.
And I also blinked. I'm pretty sure New York started on the bad side.
Yeah.
And within 10, 15 seconds, completely flipped the map on its head. Already have the spawns for P2 getting set up, ready to go. So that is, I mean, that is best case scenario. That might pawn, and I mean, now you're set up ready to go. Priest inside the hard point has plenty of clearance. Hydra getting the cuts, and Ravens, they are just getting turned into meat on their way to try to get to this new hill.
Trying to find a kill or two along the way towards that new hill. The Gallows has been fantastic so far for the Subliners. 20 seconds and counting now and climbing. The yellow icons on the minimap, they're going to be your players from New York. London in the white as they're now trying to make their way across map. Prisa, a player who has been lauded as an interesting pickup for this roster, but he's doing fantastic work so far, proving his worth in gold in this hard point chance as Subliners, again, proving to be the stronger team so far.
And honestly, by a pretty wide margin, because Sky's unfortunate timing with the stun, and maybe Asim can buy his teammates to come help him out, but he was very far in advance on this rotation, and eventually he does get chopped down. But for the moment, you have a 3 versus 2 for the Subliners to try to get towards new, because you still have players on the Ravens that are actually spawning out. Nasty is now the last man up for the team. He needs to go large just to buy his teammates time to get towards new, but so far so good. Ooh. He has done exactly that, and hey, extra couple gunfights on the back end. That's 3 in a row for Nasty.
Not just going large, he's going massive, bruv. Clean 3, the backline now safe and sound towards the statue. We now have it. Whoa, hello, Strings already get involved. Thankfully, no one takes the hits. 3 kills in the feed there for the Ravens. They maintain control. New York Subliners now on the approach. 2 of them down and out, though. You're going to have to worry about that going forward. And Chance, I love this spot out of 0, already playing for next.
You're trying to, at the very least. Again, if you at least get one man out, potentially for those back spawns, it's where you want to be. But Hydra's there to find him. But at the very least for the Ravens, you have one of the worst opening breaks you could possibly have. P2 doesn't go your way, but at least they make something happen on this third hill. Maybe not quite a full 60, but a good chunk of time right back in this game. And unfortunately, they're also right back to square one of being potentially stuck in that spot.
It's interesting that, again, the score lines in this in the game mode, especially here in Modern Warfare 2, don't really matter too much. Again, teams are willing to hit these perfect 60 hard points back to back. You will see a very large disparity in the score lines that will change on the, you know, the spin of a coin. But for now, it's all good. Ravens crawling back in this one slowly. This is the New York Subliners' chance to push the lead forward again. Hydra, this could be massive. It's good. It's a 7 spree, and it's a wonderful hold so far.
Yeah, a 7 spree where the guys really aren't even shooting back. He should have another freebie directly in front of him. There's number 8. The spawn's in the back, but Subliner's still in the hill. So Hydra's done a little tour around the world here on the map and finally gets cut down. As I didn't even see how the spawn's actually enveloped on that side for the Ravens, but they'll take what they can get. Fighting for just that little bit of scrap time over towards that art room as, well, the subliners will use that time to try to set up for new.
Ismit, the man on screen here, a little slow in the kills department, but playing the objective very well. Lane was called him out as one of the X factors of the team, and he certainly was. He was instrumental in that historic run towards champs last season. We'll see what he can do here on Modern Warfare 2. But so far, all good. Over towards the Blacksmith we now land, and the New York subliners firmly in control.
And this is a really good setup as well. You had number 2 and number 4 basically watching the full cross towards the middle of the map. Everybody else can stay cornered up around the hill. So it's a good setup. And so far, 15 seconds have gone by before it gets broken down. But 15 seconds is all they're able to get. London able to hit that with the quickness. And now again, it is spawn trap, at least opportunity time. Of course, those streaks not going to make things easy. And a little bit of confusion on the map. And subliners just basically retake the hill over.
Yeah, that's a good bit of work for to keep the hard point in hand. Again, use of that precision airstrike. It finds the most open lane to land that shot on there, and it just so happened to cross over the hard point there. So now, all good. Subliners managed to stop the bleeding, get the Ravens out of it one, and maintain control here on Blacksmith. P1 is abound. 10 seconds away. We get into our second set of hard points here on Fortress.
And this might be one of the sort of game-deciding moments, or at least one of the bigger ones. If London end up, again, that spawn trap is pretty much all it comes down to on Bagger Fortress. And for the moment, great pressure on the map. But this next set of gunfights could be the decider. But it seems going on the flank. This is your route man trying to make the play. He's able to pick up 2 and doesn't quite flip the spawns because New York, they get the squads, or, well, 2 of them do spawn back. They're all going to fall. Asim's going to kill them all. And now, because the one errant player for the subliners actually did spawn out, they end up in the trap.
There's the flip. Subliners on the right-hand side. The shoes in the other foot now as the New York subliners will have to battle out of that right-hand side of the map. Can Asim keep the spree going? Spotted up. Nade's coming through. Perfect timing. Almost. No. Big win from Priester. You've still got numbers there, though, but the subliners are now through. The lead is getting ever so closer to changing. We'll see what happens over by P2 and 15.
And honestly, God, it feels like that was a little bit too easy to get out of that like setup. Like Asim gets a big 3-piece. I feel like the Ravens should snap as a team and just get the map on lock. And I mean, I guess all's well that ends well. They get enough kills towards the middle of the map, and the team kill from Priesta is going to help them out just a little bit. But even still, no pressure from like top art. So Priesta is at least able to get into the archways with Hydra. It'd be a nice little double hit through the front.
See how it goes. We've got London Royal Ravens holding the point. Let's have a hear how it goes down with a quick listen in.
Coming, what's coming?
One on your back, Paul.
He's going in bottom right. You went from bottom right, Byron.
Go on. Top. He's not. He's come down. Back. One shot on statue. On stage. Backside. We spawned.
Nice, he's one front.
It's right corner now.
One more front. Hydra, you went A2.
Make sure we get A2.
Nice, that's him. We're in here. We're chilling. Play old though. We gotta play strat.
I'm playing A2. I'm not scram. I got stuck on there. A2 one shot. That's not him. There's only 2 on old.
No, there's 2 other guys. Kids in 1.
Alright, I'm holding maps. P1's open.
I'm getting to the left. I'm playing this corner. Get a trophy on time.
Okay.
Pick up wood. I'm saying
we probably shouldn't play it. I mean, we probably get maps here. Can you get time?
That's fine. I got time. Go.
I'm getting your maps.
Yes. I'm looking at it until you get there.
Bottom maps there.
Now. Okay.
I have maps now.
One more top map.
I'm just shouldering my
maps. Confusing.
One top roof and one top map. Last 2. The other one's on scrap.
Maps weak.
Alright, one's on roof. Roof spot.
One front of me.
Bottom right.
I want
I just won.
Lay down maps. TK'd. Wood on maps.
Wood on top. Quick. It's one by map.
Go show. One more. Weak.
Nice. Last guy looking for one. Dead. Nice.
Just one bomb out, right? Just one bomb out.
Yes.
Bomb out, dead.
Nice. Good shit.
Bomb out again.
Trap, bro. Nice. Keep the trap. Nice, Byron.
Bomb out. He's going P1 from low up.
Nice. Good shit.
One more P1 dead.
Make sure I block this brief. Behind you, behind you.
Left in the back.
Oh,
Bomb out dead.
Try to get the time.
I'm going. Can you get that? You got that?
Yeah. Stay out, Byron. Stay out.
On me old.
I'm
Melvin,
coming. I have a cross. I'm setting it.
He's in the back. He's back left. I'm
going.
Cannon spot, one shot, Hydra.
You want me?
He left you.
He left me. And on stage, guys, they're all out. Okay, one top curve, one cannon, one's Cali P2. Or A2, I mean. You hear him P1 right now. He's running underneath bottom right.
Here.
I see him A2. A2 dead. A2 one shot. A2
one shot.
Alright, A2. Yo, A2. Kill this guy A2. He's like
I'm one shot.
And there you have the comms right there from the London Royal Ravens. You can hear just from Asim's like voice of like he's got a good head for the game. Very smart player, and even he can't predict some of these spawns coming through of Subliners players spawning at both sides of the map at the exact same time, consistently so. And well, Subliners will use a little bit of that confusion. Back towards the cannon room we go, a hill where they had a great deal of success, and this is where they're trying to get that lead and solidified, put the stamp on the game.
Big change. They can't win it here. It's going to be an exciting finish whatever happens. Fortress has been a banger so far. I think the Ravens have turned enough heads. Can they win the map though? What a shocker that would be for the Subliners now. It's hold on. All angles covered. A big 2 and a Kismet. Nice work. That's a 5 spree as well. Time still ticking. Again, they will not win it here, but they're going to get close.
And this is where Kismet's in his like final form as well. He gets the hard point. This is where he goes on sprees. That is number 6. That is the precision lockdown. And honestly, I mean, it is right over towards P1, but the spawns for London, you still have players at P1. You got them in stables. You're spawning out of Gallows as well. So it is a scattered map, and Ravens take advantage of it. They're trying to lock down Blacksmith, and they might have Subliners in the trap.
Subliners, the iron may be hot, but they're not able to get anywhere near enough to hit it. And for now, Nasty once again from the top side of green, getting shots across map. Zero soaking up the time. Streak's now invested. Kismet with an opportunity to get in here and try to get the break. He's made his way in. He's got the kills. Subliners with a break. That could be the game.
Yeah, only, what, 12 more seconds to go. It is a little bit scrappy, and maybe even long-term. Guys like Priesta maybe can flip those spawns for his team and maybe stay on that side of the map. And not that you need it. It's just a few more seconds.
My.
Maybe just make the dive bomb towards the hill. Hydra wrong direction. He's not going for the time. It honestly looks like Subliners are like partially trying to set up for P1, but they're not out just yet.
They're not out. They're still trapped. Paul, the red menace, back in the Ravens colors, trying to hold them down. Asim up top, cleaned up. It all comes down to Nasty. Save it right here. Try to keep his team alive. It's an exciting finish here on Fortress. Streaks in. It's about to get messy. Danger close indeed. God only knows where this one's going to land. Paul keeping the backline still safe. Another one goes into the pile as the kills are on. Ravens in a hard point chance. It is madness. Priester goes down. My God, non-stop here on Fortress.
And Nasty's still the guy that's at least trying to live, but it is a nade fest on both sides. No trappies out on the map, but it seems made the dive bomb. He's gonna get there. Kismet trying to fly. He gets caught. Subliners trying to make moves, but they can't get it. Ravens still holding on.
Trophy's there to keep everybody safe. Here comes Kismet once again, trying to find something. Can't get it done. Ravens hold the point. The lead is about to change hands once again. An incredibly close finish. You gotta get going. Zero from the hip gets it done. Now you go. The lead change into the point. Soak up the final seconds. The Ravens have somehow done it. What a comeback there in game 1. And they are on their feet, and deservedly so. What a ridiculous start to the series.
Yeah, what an absolute clown fiesta. I don't know if there was a game plan from those teams. Subliners, it seemed like they're trying to set up for P1 when they can win in 6 seconds on old with like 20 seconds of scrap time left. So I don't know, weird, funny business, but I gotta say, Nasty just won every single clutch gunfight possible towards the end. His precision is getting him clutch kills. I mean, Nasty MVP by a mile.
I thought for a long time, I thought it was going to be Asim who was the man of the moment. But these are the final few seconds there. Again, the Subliners, a measly few seconds chance.
And I think, like, is this the moment where a couple of his teammates get chopped out? Actually, no, it was a bit before this. So Nasty is making the precision plays a little bit earlier, but even off respawn, he's the guy that's like right back to the hill, soaking up the time. And like Ravens players are flying out, just trying to bait. But Nasty and Zero, the two actual points on the team with the tight setup nearby. I mean, get the job done. A wild finish to Al Bagra, where there was, I mean, just complete chaos on the map. No game plan at all.
An absolute nail biter there. You got to tip it though to the New York Subliners. A great start on the bad side. They had a wonderful opening gambit to get the spawns flipped. They get that job done. From then on out, it's find the hill time, keep the rotations up, and it was looking so good. Ravens somehow managed to pull that one out, and I like to think, as far as the predictions coming into the series go, I don't think too many folks saw the Ravens walking away with a map 1 win there on Fortress. But alas, that is where we find ourselves. Subliners, though, a bounce-back opportunity in the search and destroy. And again, totally new looks for both of these rosters. Yes, there are a few pieces remaining from last season, but ultimately, this is a totally new look. Hotel, the trio now is upon us. Search and destroy, control, and hardpoint coming up now.
And I think for both of these teams, I don't know if I have any sort of honest prediction of like how this is going to go at all.
Nope.
I mean, really, there's just like no semblance. Because again, I know the Ravens early on, I know Nameless touched on the desk of like in the coach's poll, expected to be towards the bottom, but sort of the, you know, the gassing themselves up on Twitter indicates that they were starting to show some signs of improvement. And obviously, hell, that's a game number one. That's definitely going to put a ton of wind in your sails. And I don't know, smiles on the faces is zero. Whoa. Bad timing on that. My bad. It was a smile for a second, but I don't know. He's obviously an incredibly lethal player with a sniper rifle in Search and Destroy. You could pull that one out in Search and Destroy as well. Maybe him and Paul X have to, you know, figure out which guy is going to be able to take the boomstick. And on the flip side for the New York Subliners, obviously dangerous players, but at the same time, you know, the most veteran player they have is Kismet. And that's a man with maybe, you know, 2.5 years of pro league experience. So, or would that be Skies, I guess, would be the most veteran? Or Priesta?
Skies and Priesta, actually,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, but
Priesta.
whoever, like, and that's just, it's a weird sentence, because, like, they don't, certainly a few years under their belts, but it's not like that true sort of veteran, like, has been ingrained in the league kind of deal.
No, it's not sort of older players in their sort of mid to late 20s that have got world championships. That's where the sort of more veteran call comes in these days. But yeah, definitely the sort of the more wiser, older heads on the squad. But I mean, that's not saying too much right now. Again, this is a young, exciting team. Obviously, the New York Subliners building that roster around Hydra. They've invested a lot into him. Clearly, they're holding on to him. Kismet being a great supporting piece of the pie there. Again, I think the roster's got a lot of promise. That map there absolutely, you know, sells it to me. However, it is the experience. It is being a closeout, a very, very tough game. And we know how hard it is to make a break in this game. Rotations are all there. The final sort of, I want to say 30, 40 seconds of that map, absolutely wild, absolutely crazy. The Ravens just brought the magic there. So, I mean, I don't know where to put them as far as Search and Destroy goes. This is all new for both of us. The only information we all came into this series with was Ravens don't look good in practice. That's all we had. Yeah. And so far, nonsense.
And for S&D, that's obviously not telling, because it's not like they're, you know, going too hard in scrims against all of the other pro teams in Search and Destroy. But it's also a situation where, you know, you're talking about these two teams, certainly more veteran leadership on the side of London Royal Ravens. Zero is seeing every single situation you could possibly have when it comes to Call of Duty. And even guys like Asim, he's been around for quite a few years, and it's the same thing. Like Paul X has been sort of bouncing around the teams at this point. And on the flip side for the New York Subliners, like if we're talking about skill ceiling, I mean, 10 out of 10. Like the talent that they have on the New York Subliners is completely and utterly bonkers. But it's just one of those moments where, like, even just watching the final few seconds of that last hard point, it's just, you know, some players are sort of built different. And at least in that moment, Nasty was the guy that was making those plays.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. Let's see what happens now on the Search and Destroy, though. We go to hotel. We're going to check in for a very long couple of days, I think, or at least 3 maps here in the Greenberg Hotel and Spa. Get our nails done, chance. Maybe get a massage. Maybe try to buy one of those clearly antique loots. But until then, we're going to watch the Search and Destroy goes down. And here we go. Ravens, they'll be on offense first.
Yeah, flying over towards this A site. I think Skies, well, he's got a little bit of help from the middle of the map, but Skies definitely has a bit of pressure on him right now, especially if players want to try to go up towards the plat through the steps. So there are openings, but it will be Hydra watching the cross, and it was Kismet protecting Hydra. Gets that first blood on Asim. Advantage, Subliners.
He's got the eyes on the bar. You're seeing all sorts get thrown out here. Paul, the hop, skip, and a jump should be safe. Great nade. That should land. See you later, Paul. Man advantage still goes towards the Subliners for now. Kismet's got himself covered. You know the bomb's down. You know they're going to try to make a gambit to get the recovery, and Nasty the man to do it. Shots are in. Here comes a quick reposition, and so far it is sensational from the Subliners. There's a defuse, and it is done. Great round. Fantastic opener.
Nice catch. Easily done. I think Kismet got 3 in the round, and it is honestly just like taking turns of perfect coverage over your teammates. It was a scene that over peeks through McDonald's, I think is what people call it.
No.
The archways towards the middle of the map. And hey, Kismet takes him down over there mid, if we just want to call it mid, and gets a couple more. It's just perfect baits. Guys has a nice nade. Honestly, nothing complicated about that round. That is exactly how New York wants to retake that site.
That was great. Very, very solid stuff. And for those wondering what's going on, why they're sort of playing around with the defuse there, they're waiting for that dead silence to slowly build up. So Hydra will have it at the start of this next round. That's going to be very, very handy in a game where you sound just like an elephant running through a hallway. Here we go.
Definitely a plate for picks kind of set up coming out of the subliners. We see the 2-2 split quite a bit. Obviously, different teams are pulling out different looks, but it was a pretty big stack over towards at least on defense for the Ravens, and I heard a decent bit of utility get used, so maybe a couple nades down. And I think subliners will, I mean, they do have dead silence to work with, so the onus is on them to make this first move.
You may be quiet, but you're not going to be able to dodge those bullets. A seam on the back line towards B there. He's in kitchen now. Kismet may have popped Deddy, but again, you're not fooling the eyes. In and out. A bit awkward. Good timing. Aggression there from Kismet, able to push forward without making a noise. And now he's reset his dead silence for that kill. He can continue this silent spree through the hotel.
This is perfect as well, because now you... Oh, my God. No longer perfect. It would have been nice to be cornered up. Unfortunately for them, Paul could see through walls.
The menace. The menace with a funky muzzle. 25 on the clock. A quick recovery in the bomb. They might be able to get this one going, but here's Nasty on the pinch. Oh, he's the one that does get the pinch. Here comes Priester right back into the kitchen, flying forward. Last man alive for his team in the 1v2. Gonna be a sneaky plant. Not sure how much noise he made. As Deddy will be ready in a moment. And Paul going for the bangs. That's something we're all going to be trying from here on out. Here comes the fight. Priester 1v2. Zero gets the final tags in, and that's the round.
Yeah, no. I mean, that is like sort of a day one wall bang. Like, you could definitely shoot through the doors, but just to have it perfectly like that from Paul without any hesitation, I mean, that's the kind of play that just straight up wins you the round, right? Because Kismet made the moves. I think, honestly, a very good use of the dead silence for a scene not to hear that he is, in fact, being chased at full speed. So the first blood was there, but just a good map knowledge coming out of Paul and good trades after the fact. Ravens happy to take that one away.
Very happy indeed. Fun bit of search and destroy so far. The equalizer found there. Let's see what the subliners do on defense. Don't forget, this was a squad or an organization that went on an incredible run against all odds. Of course, the GOAT, Crim, heavily involved in that. Let's see what we can bring now on this defensive round. Good stuff out of Kismet so far, 4-1. Quiet falls across the hotel.
And I was going to say improvements on the Ravens front as well. They had trophies, which is going to stop the nade. Asim repositioned, goes for a different angle, and technically that first blood does get traded out, but Asim is making moves on the map. He just got incredible timing on Hydra. Hydra got spotted in this situation. Someone on the Ravens should be there to kill him.
I think they pinned him in. He's inside that little store. Or is he down low? He's waiting for this one. There's the kill. Asim's going to nail it. He slumps in the corner there of the hotel. Final two members now of the New York subliners. Chance, one at A, one at B. This just got real hard for him.
Yeah, and very quick on the call to wrap back as well. So Skies has to be the guy to get this information, and he has to get, like, he has to pick the guy off bomb. That's not even your bomb carrier, though. So funnily enough, he might think the bomb's down, but doesn't make too big of a deal because Zero goes for the plant straight away.
Flying in, checking bodies. Bomb gets planted, Zero gets out. 2v2. Kismet, massive win. That's huge. Coming from downstairs. We call this area lights. And it's lights out right now on the retake. Magnificent stuff. Paul X now all alone. 1v1. Tags. Paul. The dance around the box. And that is a fantastic angle. And that is the round. Ravens keeping it going.
Yeah, big plays, man, just to get the bomb down, and Paul again delivers back-to-back rounds, making it work. Much less exciting than the Afro strap 1v1 in the exact same situation. Gotta say, Paul X just kind of holds the angle and drops him, so no real answer there in the 2 versus 1, but another round, the Ravens again will be happy to take away. Adjustments get made. Asim plays the reposition, goes for a different angle, finds the first blood, and again, just the intel he gets, I think narrowly being able to spot Hydron across pretty much gave them that man advantage in the round. So simple stuff, but making it work right now as the Ravens is this is a heavy stack towards mid.
Hello. Asim winning another crucial gunfight. Not known for his straight up 1v1 prowess. Asim's looking great so far here on MW2. Let's see what Hydra can find in the round. Yet to get a kill. Man down. Slowly working forward. That bomb's going to run into trouble in a moment. And it's Asim again. Asim with 3. Asim. No chance for the ace. But wow, what a round from him. Sky's now in the technical 1v4. He's doing the best he can. There's 50 seconds though. He's got a lot of time and still has a Semtex to play with.
He will have dead silence in a moment as well. So I suppose if he gets a kill, he could always pop it and try to make something special happen. We'll be able to collect the bomb as well. And I mean, he obviously doesn't know it, but he can get this bomb down for free. Doesn't necessarily make the round any easier, but there are openings.
Paul's got his number though if he comes around this corner. Run out of time. A little bit of hesitation, a little bit of bad timing. The Ravens gifted that one off the back of the Herculean effort from Asim. Those opening 3 kills, absolutely crazy.
And it is kind of funny. I think Asim at this point in his career, the theme that he has is he'll have success, get dropped, and then just have even more success the next year. Like this guy won a tournament last year. He's been a playmaker for years, but consistently gets dropped. So he finds himself on a brand new roster. And I mean, I suppose for him, he goes again, but I mean, Minnesota spent a little bit of time with him. After that, I think it was the Subliners that spent a little bit of time with him. They drop him. He goes to LAG. He wins a tournament with those guys. He gets dropped again. Now he finds his way to the London camp.
One of the few teams left in the Call of Duty League yet to win a major, the London Royal Ravens. 1 Grand Finals appearance, no wins. And only a few wallbangs as well. I really thought Asim was going to get more on that play, but either way, bomb in hand, he's made his way across. First blood from Nasty. This is a good start.
Yeah, and Skies is getting back down through the wall as well, so no opportunity to try to shoot a foot. Full flank coming through. That's Priesta going to be taking a wide swing around the map, but Priesta does get spotted. Kismet trying to maybe come help out if he can, but Paulex has that angle covered, and this is just too good of a setup. Yeah, Paulex there to gun him down with the tack, and everybody falls like dominoes. Ravens, clean execution on the map.
Back-to-back rounds where it has just been Ravens from start to finish. It's the final 1v1 with Nasty. Had Priest's number from start to finish in that fight. They saw him on the cross. They had full knowledge. Didn't let any funny business go down. First bloods, bomb plants, you name it. Search and destroy so far. The Ravens looking very strong.
God, Zero's just coughing straight into that microphone and maybe spinning some comms as well, because I think it truly has been just incredibly simple stuff coming out of London to get these round wins. They're not doing anything over the top, and Subliners just don't have any sort of response just yet. But back on the attack, Hydra very aggressive into bottom bedroom, but Hydra's still looking for his first kill, and it's one that he needs to find because Kismet gets caught. Man down.
Alex pushes Priester back, pushes Priester right into the jaws of Asim, swallows him whole. That is kill number 6 for Asim. It's a 2v2 though, Zero and Asim, Skies and Hydra. Due diligence now done on attack, making sure these bomb sites are clear, but they have to recover the bomb. That's Sky's job, and he's in trouble. Doesn't get the bomb back. Should be able to get this and get out, because you know that you got that bomb site clear towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, and this is going to be Hydra, by the way, looking for the ace in the meantime. So this is a 2v4 that the instant double kill Hydra was able to get. Completely turns the round on its head, but still one man to maybe put all that momentum to a stop. Asim, and honestly, prime position. It has an angle over towards A. Nothing's there. Bomb planet B, unfortunately, doesn't have dead silence, but he at least guessed correctly.
He's got super quads, and this could be the ace. Here it comes. Hydra. From 0 to 4 in a single round. That was the bounce back you sorely needed, Subliners.
And honestly, it's kind of funny how that like 2v4 worked out just because Kismet gets like caught on the cross. I don't know if Kismet was going towards the bomb or trying to dive to bottom bedroom, but whenever you get that kill, you just expect that that was the first man in line. But Hydra just a little bit quicker to get to bottom bedroom. So Kismet effectively bait in that situation to get Hydra that free flank. And I mean, hey, you'll take a 2v4 every day of the week. Finally, he asked for a response for New York, and they give it to you.
The Phenom delivers. See if he can't keep the spree going. His precision airstrikes have been very handy thus far in the series. Ooh, Nade's going away, and look at this angle. That door popping wide open has proved to be very handy, and here comes kill number 5. If Zero pushes it, the rest of the squad's lining up to hit that bomb site. They're going to dive at the top of that stairs. It's all Hydra's kill.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think Zero's going to like swing out for the chow necessarily, but if you try to go down those steps, you have to be very careful about how you hold this when you're moving towards the bomb, and Paul X is right on that line.
So close. The shots are there. He's given it up. There'll be no red dot on the minimap. But you're going to get more than an inkling. Life advantage still going the way of the Ravens. Man up. With the rest of the reinforcements now from the Subliners making their way towards A.
And so patient from London, too. I mean, this is just 4 guns up. Everybody L trigger posted, waiting for it. Paul X, though, has to be making some noise. And Priest, there you go. There's the freebie for the bounce back for the 3v3. And no opportunity to plant just yet because Gizman's holding the angle. So if you're in London, this is actually panic time. You have to gun someone down, and Nasty delivers. The time is ticking. Everybody challenging you, but you just shoot him off the bomb.
Priester, he's the guy to get it done. Just enough time to get the bomb plant down. 1v2. A lot of noise, though. He's heard one big thundering footstep above him. Here comes the dead silence place. He's nasty. Nasty once again with a huge 1v1 win. My good God. Puckett smiling somewhere. He was looking forward to watch him play, and he is not disappointed yet.
And that's kind of an unreal round for London to win. I think when Nasty wins that gunfight, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. You did not have any angle to actually go towards the bomb and get the plant. And that was not an easy challenge for Nasty to take, but the exact same thing we saw on Albagra, the clutch gunfights. I mean, he's delivering in this series.
Whew. Ravens turning heads. Matt Point to take a 2-0 lead in the series against the New York Subliners. It's looking a lot like, what, kickoff or launch weekend back in 2020. Not as much trash talk, though, I must admit. What a scene!
Oh, dear.
Oh, come on! Come on! It's a massacre!
Oh, they're challenged like that.
It's a massacre! No respect whatsoever in that final round. 2-0 in the series, London.
I mean, there's nothing to even say about that S&D.
No.
London just did a bunch of very simple things very well, and Asim just picked them apart. I mean, Asim is not a main AR, never really has been, but he goes against Priesta, who's held that role at some point. He's gone against Skies, who's had that role against some point, and he just guns both of them down. Asim, big plays nonstop. Nasty, the exact same, and I mean, honestly, no real life coming out of the New York Subliners. Kismet, the only one doing even close to decent. Hydra had a single good round, but other than that, just absolutely picked apart. Subliners down bad.
Down bad. 6-2 there in the search. And a brutal comeback there on Fortress in map number 1. We're staying on Hotel to play control, but chance so far, I mean, what we're seeing, the Subliners don't necessarily have the metal. They don't have the resolve to close out those close games, and they get an absolutely bodied on the search and destroy. Time now to make a big old comeback when it comes to control. We're staying on Hotel for this one. We're ready to roll to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll see if this is going to be a 3-0 for the Ravens, or do the New York Subliners have what it takes to make the bounce back and push us to another game on Hotel.
Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
We are back. It's time now for Control, remaining on Hotel, New York Subliners versus the London Royal Ravens. And the Ravens are up by 2. Can't believe it so far. It's 2-0 here at the halfway mark of the series. And it could be the ending chance if the Ravens have their way with the New York Subliners.
And they kind of have been, right? Well, I suppose like the hard point was incredibly close. They had to pull off some miraculous stuff. Nasty had to win 17 clutch gunfights towards the end. 17, definitely an exaggeration. But then we go into the S&D and just, I mean, smacking them around. Very simple stuff coming out of the Ravens camp. Asim absolutely picking them apart. And then like one of the few rounds where there was like true stress, like on the side of Ravens where they're running out of time. Obviously Zero not feeling the stress, but Nasty again, just the guy that completely delivers. So it really has been Ravens full speed ahead so far in this series.
Yeah, no problems whatsoever. A very interesting roster. I think, again, a lot of folks saw this team announced, and it was very much late, you know, close towards the launch of Modern Warfare 2. I think a lot of folks said, you know, this is quite a strange roster. I don't see this one working out, but you've got a great mix of, you know, fantastic gun skill, good leadership in the form of Zero, and then Asim, who's a fantastic cerebral player, always has been. Great head for the game, fantastic decision making when the going gets tough. He has been known as a streaky player in the past, but from what we've seen in this series, he's been as reliable as gravity. He's been absolutely brilliant, instrumental in both of the maps and modes. We'll see how Control goes. Now, Control's going to be a tough one, Chance, because of course, New York Subliners, not a bad look for them whatsoever on the other side of the fence. Hydra in particular, a monster on the mode.
Well, yes. I mean, I'm sure his stats in any given mode are going to be absolutely absurd, but it's sort of like an interesting discussion with Hydra. I'm going to go ahead and just throw this out there. By the end of the year, Hydra's going to have, like, at worst, top 2, maybe top 3 SMG KD in the league, like, overall. He's going to get the kills. That's not a problem. But the actual results of the team, that I think is like a big question mark. And I assure you, that is not like shade at some of his teammates. Some of his teammates are absolutely absurd. Kismet, one of the best like objective players we had in Vanguard, but I just think there's a good reason to doubt Hydra at this point. When he came into the league, absurd Slayer. Where he's evolved to in the past, you know, 2-3 years, kind of the same spot, absurd Slayer. But I don't know. I think there is like more room to grow. And for a player that is like even openly just said of like, yeah, there were days coming into practice last year or like during the Vanguard season rather, where like just didn't put all the effort in. I think there's a lot to be desired. And, you know, obviously it is incredibly early in this 2023 season because it's still 2022. But I think there's like a decent amount of pressure on Hydra to perform. He was made the guy for his team. You got to start getting some wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the difficult thing. And again, it sounds very obvious, but there is a skill to learning how to win in the most efficient way possible. You can have a fantastic gun skill, good game knowledge, but if you aren't playing specifically for the victory, there is a true art to it. That sounds insane, I know, but you know what I mean?
It's honestly just like, it's the moments, Biles. It is like the very strange moments of the chaos of like the final few seconds of an outbagger in a situation you've never been in before to like make the reads in times like that. So that is, again, even just to touch on like the veteran nature of like, I think it's really just the subliners in Toronto that don't have at least what I would consider like a true ingrained vet. So it'd be fun to see how like these guys and who on these teams will be the ones that step up.
Watch these boys level up and grow throughout the year, and eventually they'll become men. For now, they've got all the kills. Ravens down to the last man up, who's going over towards A on the defense. B is now heavily stacked, 2 members up. Hydra posted. Here comes the 3rd man. That is a heavy stack. That progress bar is going to go way fast, and Nasty wins another 1v1, but B is essentially gone. Done. Forget about it. You might get the kills here, and this could be a big swing moment for the Ravens. Yeah, 3 down.
Wow.
Wait a minute. It's not done yet. They've just come in there and saved the day. B is still safe. Hydra,
honest to God. Oh, sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to cut you off. Hydra's popping off, though, and there you go to try to get the 2, but that looked to me like London was actually chalking up the B point. I thought they were just straight up, like, rotating over towards A and just giving up on it to swarm in the final seconds. So I apologize for jumping the gun a bit there, but that is a ridiculous moment for the Ravens. They're keeping in the fight.
I can't believe it. Well, A now is the next point to vanish. You've got another 2-man stack. A will get in here and possibly stop this one. Nope. Yes? No? Maybe? How has this happened again? What is is going on? Another zone, unable to finish the subliners. They may start it, but they can't get the job done. They can't close them out.
And this is just a problem that, you know, I'm not used to having, of seeing people not able to finish. And right now, London, I mean, again, fighting tooth and nail, literally just for the scrap time. And they're still taking the fight to them. Finally, Subliners able to get the clearance as 2 Ravens players were pushed out up over towards Plat. But then Paulex is still like, they're just consistently toying with the idea. They are happy to pour on the pressure and just make sure the Subliners are never comfortable.
Well, the good news for the Subliners is, you know, you got real close in the first go around. 2 segments complete. There's only 1 remaining at B. And for now, flying forward, find a couple of kills. Getting through Nasty proves to be very, very challenging no matter where we are on the map. Good reads, good awareness, but you still managing to make your way forward. This is a big moment now for the New York Subliners. You've come so close. Can you close it out here?
I think, you know, 11 lives as well. Not ideal, but you are just looking for that one moment, but you're getting picked apart around top and bottom bed. You try to flank. I mean, Nasty God is watching the cross and is just melting people along the way. Kismet wins a gunfight on the flank, but Nasty's still in prime position to deal with a few different things. And funnily enough, the player that Kismet killed basically spawns up right behind them. And I think they're trying to keep it trapped, but that pressure's coming in through blue.
Creep and crawl in less than 30 seconds now to go. Jump on the point, stop the clock. Bedroom side covered, Paul's about to run into trouble from Kismet. 20 seconds now remain. Got to get on the point soon.
And you also got to read the flank as well. Yeah, there you go. Kismet's going to turn around because Nasty should be challenging quick, but Kismet only wins the single one, and every single one of his teammates falls, and you never actually were able to successfully clear out bedroom. So that is a miraculous round that the Ravens were able to win. It was all about the break that they had towards the very end. I thought B was captured. I thought it was done. I thought the Subliners had literally the perfect opening break. But just like out on Bagger Fortress, where they had the perfect opening break, they could not finish.
Wow. It was a matter of pixels on both zones to see them captured, and somehow the Ravens swoop in and stop it. It was a goal line clearance for you football fans. Unbelievable. We now swap sides. It is first to 3 here in control, and I am absolutely flabbergasted, stunned, shocked, amazed at what we're seeing already. Good series thus far. Feels like it could be far from over.
Well, I don't know about that. I feel like Ravens are trying to speedrun this one and fire up.
I'm trying to build some tension charts. I'm trying to build some. Sell the dream.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, but I think Ravens are just trying to take care of business. You don't see A hits off the rip too often. Again, A is sort of the zone that you expect to get captured like at some point because of how consistent those like kitchen spawns actually are. But maybe in a similar sort of style. I think we've seen a few teams do this where you really only leave one guy on the point to actually go for the very slow capture. So Ravens aren't doing it quick. They are playing for kills, and you might make the read on the flank. That doesn't make the gunfight any easier.
No, that was an absolute smoke. In first segment, A gone now for the Ravens. Subliners there, moving around. Great timing from Hydra. The Slayer. Oh no! He let that player get by. It was YY and his brains out, and he's let that player coming from behind him. Awkward timing. Maybe able to get the kill, but still, you're creating a bit of discourse, creating a bit of mess. This is all good. You've managed to clear the point. Now eyes towards B.
And this is actually an important moment because B is the harder zone to capture. It's only Skies right now effectively watching the cross because Nasty's going to pick the guy off of Plat. He's only able to get one for the moment. The trophy does its job, but unfortunately for Zero, all of his teammates are going to fall. But he is still alive, or at least for the moment. There's Kismet in for the swoop, and Subliners doing a nice job keeping everything nice and stable.
Everything all good now. Subliners. Heart rate has gone right back down to resting temperatures. They are looking fantastic. Good defensive holds now from both points. 20 seconds remaining. Ravens, a lot of ground to cover, but they might be able to stick an A here. It all comes down to Hydra. Hydra's got to go nuts. He might just do that.
I mean, he's just got to be annoying at the very least. You see how like they're trying to ignore him just a little bit and go for the more distant gunfights, but you run away from Hydra and maybe Kismet will be the next one up close. 8 seconds left, only one player on the point, and Kismet's getting the cutoff kills before he goes for the chow, but it looks like Ravens, again, those close spawns are so difficult to deal with. That's why A often gets captured, but the slaying has been on point. 17-8 on lives.
Yeah, Subliners brought the heat this game. We're going to see A finally captured. An additional minute to the game clock. However, only 8 lives left now for the Ravens. Subliners, 17. And here comes the Ravens hit through the back line. All 4 of them working together. Kismet is going to run into all sorts of trouble. That's great shots again from Nasty. Now an open lane to push through towards B. Let's see what happens.
And I think, honestly, you might have to team or like spawn kill Kismet 1 or 2 more times. That's what Asim is going to be looking for, and Asim is not going to deliver. And that is just going to scatter the push right now of the London Ravens. And the reinforcements are going to be so quick to get back in the mix. Kismet the first to chow, his teammates right behind, but 2 players on point, and bedroom has been cleared out, so London at least have this front pressure.
Here we go, stacking it up. 2 players in their first segment gone. Pressure now on. Massive shots again from Nasty. 19 and 8 on a 6 spree. Second segment closing out. One last chance to get this job done now for the subliners. Fly forward. Cook the nades. Get him to perfection. Flying in there. Trying to get the gunfights going. Nasty gets taken down. Priest is in. Priest with 2. Massive kills. He's on the point for a second, but Asim last minute. It is not like the first round. It is not like the first go around. They're in. The Ravens secure the win.
And Nasty is in his bag this series. Every single clutch gunfight, every single clutch moment, he steps up to the plate. In all 3 maps that we have had, he just went on a 6 spree towards the end of working on the flank with his teammates. And I thought situationally, like, subliners had opportunities to deliver in that round, on top of the fact that they had like an 11 life lead. The spawns were coming in quick enough, and they found some of those entry kills, but they just simply could not handle Nasty. I mean, this man has done it all. All 3 maps.
Unreal. And a shock result. If the Ravens win this defensive round, a 3-0 in control 3-0 in the series, you'd love to see it as a Ravens fan. Tags from Paul, no kill there. That tier advantage, that means they've got an additional capture. That means if we do go to a final round, London will be getting defense. And Paul is absolutely cooking.
I don't know, man. You say if we go to a final round, I think this might be the final round if we're paying attention to how London are playing. I mean, Nasty, 21 and 10. I mean, A is slowly getting captured, and again, it's subliner sort of leaving 1 man on, but keep in mind the flank is coming through. Zero is taking his time to set it up. Paul X always looking through walls. And it's Kismet by himself. If Zero just wins this one-on-one gunfight, subliners are going to have to take so much time in the rest of this round, but fortunate timing right there from Zero, and that means A will be secure.
Gets caught throwing the nade. That's going to be A. 2 minutes now to play with. This is a long time for the subliners alongside the 26 lives to get B done. Not an easy thing to get that job done, excuse me. It is very, very hard work cracking on the B. We've seen at least Ravens do it so far, but it took more than a pound of flesh. And here we go. Hydra, the go button has been hit. So has the Y button.
Now you're just back to square one. I mean, it's just Ravens with all the map pressure in the world. It's basically 3 players effectively, or even number 8. Paul X can go back and forth whether he wants to help with the flank or if he wants to help with the pressure. That's enough players that just got spotted, and I think Paul X is going to fill into that spot. And now bedroom has been cleared out. Hydra able to pick up 2, and Paul X never moved. So he's found the head glitch. He is sticking to it, but he gets back down immediately. The front is complete. Well, I say completely. It's a little open right now for the subliners.
A little bit. Zero's managed to make it towards top bedroom side. Another angle now to work with.
Oh, wow.
And that B zone just becomes a kill box. Hydra keeping the fight alive. Zero's tucked himself alongside these boxes. He's well and truly safe up here in this very strange shaped room, frankly. Don't get a lot of privacy, so don't shut those curtains. Zero, he might be getting the privacy here. Hip fire out. Hydra, though, up close and personal. 5 spree now. An opportunity to maybe get towards the point.
And at least finally, no one for the Ravens is going to be quick enough to refill into the spot over towards bedroom. But the street does open up a little bit of pressure, but you still haven't been able to make that cross. That was just the middle of the map. Like, London are taking their turns. Hydra is trying to murder his own teammates. And he might get the assist if Priest is going to fall. And yeah, Hydra, I mean, right there, helping out Ravens as much as possible.
That boy's lit. Well, Skies trying to find something. Nasty, still top bedroom covered. Less than 30 seconds. And this is the series. Nasty just got to hold this one down. His teammates are here. The big fan out now from the subliners. Hydra's on the flank. 2 coming through middle. Kismet's going to make his way towards this bedroom side of the map. He may hit lights. Here we go. One last hit at this. You have to get onto B. Starts with a kill from Hydra. Here comes the pressure. Trades her out. Last 2 members of the subliners up on the point. The clock is ticking. 5 seconds down to go. No chance. It's over. Go, dive. Kismet gonna dive. Dive. No! It is done. The Ravens 3-0 in control. Take that power rankings and shove them. The Ravens have come to play. The subliners have been smoked in a 3-0.
And, you know, I believe that'll be the first 3-0 of the Modern Warfare 2 season. Subliners on the unfortunate end of it, and I think they might just have nightmares about what Nasty was just doing to them in this series in every single game mode. I mean, in the round that the Ravens were down 17-6, I believe it was, on lives, man goes on a 6 spree, working through the enemy spawn to pick them apart, but that is 3 out of 4 players negative on the Subliners. Hydra, again, we know it's going to be consistent. He will find his kills. Doesn't mean he'll find the win.
It's been a very tough opener there for the New York Subliners. Nothing but smiles for the Ravens, especially Nasty, 27-16 in that last map there, and they have got to be very, very happy with that one. New York, though, definitely not out of this yet. Clearly a very capable roster, especially on paper. We'll see if they can translate that to some success throughout the year. And this was an unbelievable run. Looking across the highlights, the pixel perfect play to stop that B zone being captured. The same with the A zone as well, Chance. Just ridiculous game of control.
And it's also kind of impressive because we just spent a year like casting over control where like maybe a few moments on Tuscan over towards B, but like, or maybe A, whichever zone it was of the more difficult one to cap. But there's not a lot of like heroic moments like that where your team can like swarm and actually like defend the point efficiently and find new routes and like have options and not just be like funneled and forced to flood. So that's a cool look right there out of London. And even the round before this where they won on offense, just another one of those moments where, I mean, London were simply like having their way time and time again. Nasty 27-16 overall. I mean, a ridiculous stat line. One of the top performers probably in control over these first 2 days, and a hot little 3-0 where, I mean, a nail biter for the first Outbagger Fortress. And after that, not even close.
I suppose we have to say sorry to the folks who are hoping to get those rewards, because that series blasted by, eating into that precious time to get those double XP tokens and all sorts of goodies today as well here on Twitch. Wow, and alive. What an opener. Ravens fans rejoicing the world over. I know the chat's popping, Twitter mentions have flowing as well, and they've got to be feeling very good after that one. Again, a great opening season they had last year, Chance, but this time round, if they can maintain that pressure, who knows, man? This could be the year the Ravens finally do get a win for the org. That is it from you and I. Desk, is it coming home?
Like, what?
Is it coming home? All right. I like this question. I like where we're at right now. How are we feeling about this matchup, Allie? Fast?
Just a very prolonged. I mean, map 1 was very, very close, very, very chaotic. Honestly, I thought New York was going to pull it out in the end, but London had 2 beautiful fountain holds. They were even late on rotation at one point. They got the full 60s, and then they followed that up with a beautiful P1, and then just continued to make it mixy to have that final P1 at the end. The S&D, though, New York was just getting gunned. Like, I just have to say it. Like, they were just getting out aggroed, which I did not expect that to happen against a team like the New York Subliners with aggro players like Kismet, like Hydra, like Skies, who like to get in your face. And from then on, again, it was the momentum. London Royal Ravens is a very momentum-based team, and Asim and Nasty ran with it.
I just got a text message said, most dominant performance in the CDL we have seen in 2023. Nameless, a hot 3-0 for the London Royal Ravens. But more importantly, I'm concerned for my New York City boys. The New York Subliners had a whole lot of talent picking them on our predictions coming into today. Yeah. And that was based off of kind of the history of the players and just thought that the team was going to be able to be a more cohesive unit. What did you see? Where were the holes in the game?
I mean, they got picked apart from start to finish. I mean, even at the end of that first hard point, like, they had an opportunity to win that. There were so many situations that were just masterful out of the London Royal Ravens, and at the end there, it was Zero gets a big 2-piece. Then it's Nasty applying the pressure. They fold there in the search and destroy. It was honestly some pretty basic strats that we saw the London Royal Ravens just executed really well. Over at that A push, just picking out the player top bedroom, getting the bomb down, and then playing back, playing your life. Zero teamwork on the side of New York on maps 2 and 3.
Let's take a look at the scuff play of the series for us. This is coming at the end of the game. Allie, Nameless, let's break it down. 244, 230. At this point, we had figured the Subliners win it. They only need 6 seconds. But Allie, down 40, the Ravens never gave up, and they somehow stole this 250, 244.
And I'll tell you, like, right now, like, we're number 2, number 3 just spawned on the minimap. They spawned on top of P2. If they just hit a route through top and waited for their teammates, this could have been a break. This could have been some tactical usage, but it was, like Ant said, it was Zero and Nasty just not dying in the point. Zero having the read on the 2 players in the back, and Nasty was even ready for that gunfight. So should that last contested second had gone through, he still would have gotten the kill.
There you go. And I have to give big props to Nasty. The red-haired hero comes out. He was firing on all cylinders. And so is the man who we're going to be talking to right now. ASIM is going to be representing the London Royal Ravens here in 2023. And the team's starting off with a 1-0. How are we feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good, man. This being my 4th team in the CDL, I'm just really excited to be with this group of guys and be regrouped with Trey. So it's been sunshine and rainbows so far.
Can you break it down for us? We're just rewatching the final moments of game number 1. What were the comms like? Because it looked like subliners were just knocking on the door of the end of that game, and somehow you guys pulled the rug out from underneath them.
Let's just say that was a very gritty one. A lot of chaos, a lot of chaotic spawns, but luckily we pulled it out. Shout out to Nasty. He called game for us. He definitely coached up.
Asim, I gotta say, a huge congratulations. I feel like whenever we speak to you, it is because you have once again proved a lot of people wrong heading into a series. And I mean, when I saw you fly out top castle and get that 6 free, I was like, wow, this is the momentum that they need going through the rest of this series. I gotta know what it's like teaming alongside a player like Paul, who's also fairly momentum-based with yourselves. Do you two hype each other up?
Yeah, me and Paul are more of like the energy duo on this team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we sit next to each other. We're always gassing each other up. I do feel like me and him, our energies do feed off one another. So I'm really excited to just build on that chemistry with him.
ASIM, congratulations on the win, my boy. You were frying out there, especially in the Search and Destroy as well. I want to ask you about the transition to this title, because typically you're a hyper-fast player. You're in the other team's face. And in this game, you have to slow down at times, even pull out an AR. So for you, how's that switch been?
It's been really well. I think the biggest learning lesson I had from last year was that I was just trying to do it all, and knowing that I just need to give him my 25% of the team, it's helped me a lot so far in this year, because this game really does force you to slow down. So that has been a big learning lesson, but I've been actively working on it daily, so it's been working.
Now, ASIM, I know you're a very confident player. You believe in your team, you know, despite what other people say. How did it feel for you guys when you saw where you were ranked on the coaches poll?
I do think when it did come out, it was valid. We didn't scrim at all during that time. We were still moving into LA, so we were behind by like a week from other teams. So the practice wasn't there, but we knew going into like after the poll that we just need to put in the time, and that's exactly what we did.
You did put in the time.
It didn't faze me.
And you walk away with a W because of it. Congratulations on the first win of the season. Before you go, anything you want to say to the London Royal Ravens fans? They've been quiet on my social media feed. Not a whole lot of hype coming into the season. Now they got a reason to celebrate tonight.
Yeah, shout out to the UK fans. They're one of the greatest in the COD scene. Hopefully we can have an event soon to perform for them, but I hope we're holding down the fort well for them. But they're the GOATs for sure.
Yo, I never got to go to that London event. I have been thinking about it ever since that event. One day, CDL, I'm ready to party with the people in the UK.
One day.
ASIM, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. The London Royal Ravens now 1-0 on the leaderboard, and we'll look forward to your next match.
Appreciate y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
Great guy right there, and great stuff coming your way. After the break, we got Seattle Surge and Boston Breach taking the main stage. But before that, we want to remind you, first of all, have you linked your account here on twitch.tv? Because you can get some free drops. I just claimed mine. And not only that, check out the CDL store for extensive collection of official CDL apparel and merchandise, including classic favorites like team jerseys and hoodies. Visit shop.callofduty.com to gear up today. It's easy. It's at the bottom of your screen. Put it into your browser during this commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be Breach versus Surge. Let us know who you think's going to win. The online qualifiers for Major 1 continue right now with Seattle Surge gearing up to take on the Boston Breach. Now, Seattle, they played in that final match of the night last night. It went to a Game 5. Unfortunately, it was the LA Gorillas who were able to get the job done in Search and Destroy. So the Surge coming in with an 0-1 record. Yeah. The Breach, on the other hand here, Ali, coming in with a 1-0 record after beating Atlanta. Let's start with Seattle Surge, though. This is the team that needs the win to even things up. What are you looking at for the team as they look to bounce back on day 2?
Well, I'm looking at continuation from the Sib show, right? Like, he came out incredibly hot day 1, had the highest KD overall with a 1.89. So clearly feeling himself in this game, and I'm really looking at that middle game mode in the control, right? Because they were up 2-0 and then they just choked it, which put them in the situation to have to go map 5 and to have to lose the series against the LA Gorillas, because their hard point looked fantastic. The first S&D, I mean, again, Sib dropped 16 kills. You've got to be kicking yourself knowing your teammates putting numbers up like that and you're not able to close it out.
Yeah, with Seattle, I mean, they're taking a stab at maps 2 and 3 again in this series, trying to play the ones that they lost yesterday. I think somebody else has to bring something to the table here, especially in Search and Destroy. They have to come with a different strategy. We saw in that last one that they had, they weren't attacking stage hard enough, especially on defense. They were just giving up that bomb plant, which ultimately cost them that game, and they're going to be going back to that map. So excited to see the adjustments they make here.
Surge making some adjustments. You know, they've been talking with the coaches overnight, as has this Boston Breach squad. And as we take a look at this team, it's awesome to see a member of the old guard and Methods holding down that AR role. But Ali, we were talking about it. You've got a GM from Australia in Dens. You've got a head coach from the UK in Zed. This is an international group that is putting together some success in Boston.
A lot of success, and you know, we can see it. I know that Dens himself is also incredibly involved, which you don't see a lot from the quote-unquote GMs for a lot of these teams, and it really showed through in that Atlanta match, right? They are continuing their masterclass control from last year in that hot 3-0, and now they're gonna have to go against the Seattle Surge, whose hardpoint so far has looked incredibly on point. So I think this is going to be a very grueler of a matchup.
Let's take a look at the series. Nameless, you already touched on the maps that we're gonna see in here. Surge, they get a chance to play some that they struggled with yesterday. Looking to clean up as we go into that game 2 and game 3. Break it down for me, though. How do you see this 5-game series playing out? Are we going to a game 5?
Well, I mean, it's very possible, honestly. I mean, Embassy Hardpoint, we saw Boston lose that map to the Atlanta FaZe, although they did have an opportunity to win it. Maps 2 and 3, Seattle struggled on yesterday. They're trying to take another stab at it. It was a 6-5 on that Fortress, and it was pretty obvious mistakes they're making, so they can definitely adjust. But in this series, you know, I'm going to go with Boston.
Feeling Boston. Let's go ahead and just jump to the predictions. Put them up on screen, and I'll start first. They lost last night, but Sib still won. I'm going with Sib in this one. He's my pick to win.
That's a good pick.
That's a good pick, and that's a fair pick. I'm actually going to go with the Boston Breach in this one. I feel like they just have a lot more going across the board.
Yeah, I think they have a really good understanding of the game. They capitalized on a lot of the mistakes that FaZe was making yesterday. It was very impressive. I'm going Boston Breach.
All right, from one dad to 2 more dads, let's get this party started. We got Landon, we got Study, boys. I hope you got some sleep last night, because you got to bring the fire today.
Well, Chris, not as much as I'd like, but, you know, we'll take what we can get nowadays, Jay. Tell you what, man, I'm just going to go and say it. This is our real first series that we've had so far of the season. I know. Yesterday doesn't really count, but, I don't know, based off of records, Seattle Surge, Boston Breach, I thought that both were going to be kind of in reverse, but hey, pick'ems are chalked right now, I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, I'm 0-5 on pick'ems. I'm a straight donut across the season so far. It's not looking good. Who do you have in
this match? Who do you have in this match? I gotta know, just so in case it keeps going.
I think I picked Boston this series, just simply off the way that they looked yesterday. Taking out Atlanta FaZe in the 2-3-4, that's a big answer from them. You pick up that Awakening guy, and that guy is the answer that you guys were looking for. You needed the slaying last year. You pick him up this year, and you saw what he was able to do yesterday. A 1.3 in the series, even clutching up in Search and Destroy. Awakening is a man on a mission for this Boston roster. And on the opposite side for Seattle, it was just basically chokes. They dominated in their hard points, but if you think about that control, they had it in their grasp and they let it go. But let's get into this map number 1.
Yeah, and this is the very same hard point that we were able to see Seattle on yesterday. So eager to see what they can do just less than 24 hours later. As we said, Sib was the guy yesterday. Who knows? Maybe it could be the rookie of the year to try to add a little bit of spice into what appears to be a nice little mixture going down for Surge. To Hotel we go. P1 already nicely contested. It is a straight 30 seconds, however, for Breach.
Yeah, Boston, they started off on the better side right there. If you're not spawning towards P2, towards his back plat, you're not going to really get a lot of time off that P1. Your main job is to simply not give Boston at least 40 seconds off of P1. So Boston do a great job early on off the rotation. It's going to be Seattle. One player does end up dropping across the map, but they're controlling the spawns. They're winning the gunfights. They're going to be fully set up for this P2 push.
Yeah, and that's the positive, I guess. The bit of evenness that you have on a map like Hotel. You have one side that has preferred spawns for P1. On the other side, you do have preferred spawns for P2. So Seattle finally starting to see a bit of that success. And here we go. Pred starting to take over. Nearly found his 6th kill in a row. Could have been some streaks, however. Really going to be Seattle Surge hunkering down, being prepared. Boston Breach, a lot of different entries in this hill, Jay.
Yeah, so far Seattle, they've done a great job of just holding it down, getting their kills. Pred with another 2-piece. Last player up is going to be Vivid Contested. Take care of him. Another clean 4 dead. And with about 30 seconds left on this hill, you're already forcing Boston to hit that early rotation. The knife comes out from Mac. Wasn't really looking forward to getting that team kill on the accuracy, but it's okay. You're going to be able to take this lead with this remaining time. Unless you lose that gunfight, Vivid actually challenges the hold. And now Boston Breach have that rotation to kitchen. Seattle have to figure out how they want to decide to break this kitchen hill.
It's just an accidental knife. I don't know exactly what was maybe said in the comms. Accuracy, maybe critiquing a bit of the gameplay for Mac, and McKenzie not happy with it. Regardless, Seattle Surge did a few through the back lines. Mac, well, at least he's still alive. We'll see if he can contribute a little bit toward this play. A bit of information, but so far that is it. Seattle Surge tell you to come out with your hands up. Boston holding corners, trying to hunker down themselves. Awakening able to at least find one through the corridor. Surge with more preferred positioning, but Boston Breach still here.
Yeah, Boston Breach doing a great job of just keeping the kills stagnant. I thought it was going to be easy, beautiful break coming in from Seattle, but Awakening, your main Slayer, already 12-6 to start off the map. Number 1 is taking over in this kitchen hill to give Boston a nice, comfortable lead. Great shots from Vivid to find that 2-piece, but now it's all about this rotation. You see Seattle once again playing from the back foot, knowing that they had to rotate early, continuously giving this junk time to Boston Breach as this lead continues to grow. They just stop the bleeding right now with a great hold.
And it feels like from a confidence standpoint as well, really, if you are Seattle, this is a hill that you need to try to get at your back, try to even up the score a little bit. Nero going to do his best to try and disrupt things. M4 in hand, and he can beam with it, putting it on display.
Oh!
Now also has some words with the Vaznev. Some great work coming in from him. However, the same cannot be said for the teammates. First wave cleared for Seattle as they'll make the 60 mark.
Yeah, it's all on Mac right there. He finds a 3-piece from that top middle head glitch on Des to allow his teammates to eventually get back into the play. So now final 30 seconds, probably one more push coming in from Seattle. I mean, from Boston until they decide to hit that early rotation. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player up is Sid. Make it all 4. And we got rotations. Right now, Seattle, they're playing from the back foot. When yesterday, in both of their hard points, they were always the first on rotation.
And that is what's so scary, Jay, about this Boston Breach team. I mean, I think all of us kind of agreed in the little roundtable discussion that we had. We talked so highly about Boston Breach. It feels like they made the exact roster change that they needed, bringing in somebody like Big Wake to a team that really just needed an upgrade when it comes down to slaying. You already see what this team can do. Seattle Surge, such dominant hardpoints yesterday. Definitely seeing their very first real test here on Hotel.
So far, this has been a great hold, though, on this Hotel hardpoint. Towards the diner area. They know exactly where all of Boston are trying to attack this from kitchen. You're holding out both of those doorways. It's not going to be easy to sprint on out. But Mac is doing a great job staying aggressive in towards Freezer. Unfortunately, he is going to drop. But with the final 30 seconds, Boston just want to make sure that they're maintaining this back control because we're going over to P6, which is all the way towards top plat. So even with Seattle getting all this time, they will be able to eventually take this lead. But Boston Breach, they're definitely thinking big picture. Unless Nero has something to say about it, he gets taken down. Now everyone's off the rotation.
Yep, great little answer coming in from Seattle. That's just the way the hard points work. When we talk about MW2, you're down a major amount, you rotate, you set up, and now just like that, you're back in the game. However, the same thing could be said now for Boston Breach. Ready for P6, as you called it. I know we're familiar with just 5 hard points, if not 4. In this game, sometimes we've got 6, if not 7. We're going to be seeing ourselves on Mercado Las Almas.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. I like the way you said
good,
that.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm working on it, Jay. You know,
sounds
as good as you.
Man, Mercado Las Almas. But we're not even on that, man. That's a 2-piece coming in from Seattle. trying to execute that break towards the back, and they do it beautifully. Now all of Boston Breach running out towards the middle of the map. Seattle are just soaking up as much time as possible. You see Boston, they just have to commit towards winning these gunfights, trying to get some good time off of this, knowing that they're going towards this P1. Trades going back and forth, but it's Boston still coming out on top.
Oh, it looks like a shooting gallery right now for either side. Everybody hitting the beams, but right now it is Seattle Surge with the current time. Method's gonna have to jump inside of the hill here, and shots coming from every single direction. It's 2 for one side, it's 2 from the other. The final 10 seconds of the first set of rotations will be awarded to Boston in what has been a very hard-fought hardpoint up to this point.
It's basically a tie game. At the end of the first rotation, the hardpoint's Awakening does find 2 to the middle of the map, though. This is where Boston Breach found a lot of success, getting 40 uncontested seconds off P1. They do have the preferred side, but right now, Seattle, they're just doing a great job of maintaining that bedroom side, maintaining couches, and not allowing Boston to get any time off of this P1. But you got to be careful, though, because you don't want to die and then eventually flip these spawns out, gift them basically to Boston for that P2.
Yeah, at least for the moment, Boston Breach with some interesting spawns. Seattle Surge going to be aware of that top side of the map. You want to try to limit them.
They flip.
There it is. Boston, in just a moment's notice, are now going to have those favorable positions. A few pushed up players toward the restaurant now has turned things a bit on their head. Accuracy aware of such. Wants to try to bring things back to a more favorable spot. Final few seconds of P1 gonna go to Seattle, but Accuracy making the long route, tosses out the stun, but again, it is Big Wake causing problems in the back lines as 3 fall for Surge. Advantage still with Seattle, the Breach on the cusp of taking the lead back themselves.
Yeah, currently a 20-point game. Boston are not worried at all because you know how strong, how much of a money hill this P2 can be as long as everyone is holding down their lanes. You cannot afford to lose the first gunfight. Nero finds 2, is going to shut down that push, make it 3 dead, all 4. The combination of Nero and Vivid take care of Seattle Surge. They're going to be able to take the lead right on back, and now this is going to force Seattle Surge to give it one more good push because P2 and P3 are both money hills.
It's just great awareness of the spawns as well for Boston. They instantly find 4 down. A few players from Surge starting to reposition. But here is Nero again. The SMGs previously known of Boston apparently can rock it out with the M4 from time to time. Back and forth we go again. Vivid, well, he pops dead silence, instantly gets challenged. Great work to try and stay alive. But the one hill, Jay, that could really turn the tide is this one that we have coming up. Vivid does fall off of the spree. This next one is so crucial. The rotation now coming in toward the kitchen. And we'll step aside and go to Liston in this very big moment with Seattle.
One's bread at me, 2 bread, 2 bread. Stay alive, breathe in time, bro. One's close mini and bread side time.
I'm watching mid. Middle dead.
Nice, 2 on time. Hit it.
I got one. I need to watch out near the door.
Dead. Nice, I'm about to stay out on Nero. I'm hitting bread out. Yeah, I'm on you. I'm in bread.
One's con.
One's in bread.
Alright, I'm looking at your bread, Amir.
I'm 2 con on me, 2 con. In cat. He's going top cat now.
He's gonna jump out on me.
Where are you? Yeah, I'm back on.
Side door dead.
He's bread. One shot. I'm coming up here. One shot.
Side door dead and one bread. Last guy, we get him.
I'm looking for right now. Bread absolute.
Okay. Where'd he go? I'm coming up.
What's your left back? I got him. I'm absolute. I'm hitting the bottom mid.
Big door on you, old. Okay, Reeks, he's running up mid, couches area. 2 mid, 2 P1, they could hit TV.
Side door dead. I'm trying to look at TVs and shit.
2 P1.
Square going bigger.
I'll get him. Nice. I'm pushing him mid, I'm
going top time. Okay. There's funny
big door dead.
I think one's along.
I have mid.
I'm in the corner. Long came out, he's absolute.
Top. I'm gonna go pinching art, okay?
I'm getting art down, I'm getting art.
2 mid, he could pinch deep, I don't know who it is.
I'm looking long. Long dead.
Last guy Nero.
I'm looking bar.
We went up this guy. That's him.
I think long says I'm holding all the bar.
I kill him long, AG. I have a trophy on you. I have long.
Okay. I have top bed. I have top bed. I'm top bed right now. They're gonna have to go to the back, bro. Yeah, in the back. Much
And the comms right there from Seattle Surge are hot and ready to go. You seen the hole that they were able to put on at that kitchen hard point. I thought it was going to get scary. Accuracy was the only player in that point, but he stays alive just enough for his teammates to get back into the play and they get some good time off of that P3 hard point. Now, you see the lead switch already. Boston Breach 15 seconds away from potentially closing it out. Nero's the only guy here off the rotation.
Oh, Nero's here. Here. That's going to be 2. The nade comes in from Max. So Seattle with current control. Both teams absolutely can win this hard point here at Diner, but Awakening is able to find the lane. 5 more seconds, putting the pressure now on for Seattle, and the time is gonna tick away. Boston Breach win a very hard-fought battle here on Hotel. Constant lead changes, constant breaks, spawn flips, and incredible sprees, but at the end of it, the Breach come out on top.
Boston just played that hard point beautifully. They knew exactly what they needed to do on the second half of rotations in these hard points. Even though on the first rotation, they got a great amount of time off of that P1 hard point. It just comes into that second rotation when they flip those spawns towards P2. Obviously, we got to take a look back because Nero, he's the only guy off this rotation. He finds 2. That's such a massive 2-piece because already in the trade efficiency, you're not going to be having the numbers on the side of Seattle. Now the pitch is coming from Connector. Methods finds 1 through mid. Awakening is already aggressive, knowing that everyone has to sprint out towards Kitchen. Make it 3 dead. Last player, Sib, literally just got a kill from middle of the map. You take him down. You make the game look easy. But none of that happens if Nero isn't early on the rotation and finds that 2-piece. He gives his team the advantage in the trade situation in those final moments to close out that game. Boston Breach played great in that map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, and as a comparison as well, man, like we said, we saw literally Seattle almost 100-point club LAG twice. One of those maps was actually here on Hotel. And I tell you what, I'm so glad we got to take a quick little look again at the very end of that hard point, because it just felt like Awakening again kind of saves the day. As you mentioned, Nero's alive. He throws the nade. He's able to stay alive for a moment. But the fact that Awakening is able to find that small lane toward the end, find those few crucial kills, get the comms over to the teammates. I mean, you see it. He's putting in the work. He's putting in the time. And he's hitting the lanes when he has to at the later stages of a game.
Yeah, that's the difficult part, is because Boston Breach of last year, in those crucial moments, when it comes down to getting that crucial 2-piece, they were usually missing out on that opportunity. You pick up a guy like Awakening, you know the guy's not going to be missing any shots. You know he's going to put himself in the best position possible, and you see what it's doing for this roster. It's making wonders happen when it comes to these respawns. We know how strong they are in Search and Destroy yesterday, but when their respawn is like this, when Awakening is leading in the slaying, followed right behind on Nero, this team will be very, very scary to deal with.
Yeah, and you see it here at the end, just puts the nail in the coffin. 32, and I think it was 23. An excellent performance there at a Boston Breach, as they will strike first in our best of 5 series. Fortress S&D up next. You can see the remaining maps that we'll have in this one, along with the pick and bans. But again, Jake, just to quickly reflect, I feel like if you are a Seattle fan, now you're starting to get worried. I know it's the very start of the season, but S&D yesterday didn't look amazing, right? They dropped both of those to LAG. The last one, I know, had a little bit of a delay attached to it, but definitely did not have it when it came down to the later stages. This team also kind of struggled in Search Destroy a bit last season. What do you want to see today out of Seattle Surge in terms of being a more well-rounded roster and modes like S&D?
I think what costed them yesterday, and on this map specifically, going into Fortress S&D, Nameless touched on it perfectly on the desk. When you're not taking control of Gallo's side on your defensive side, your only information player is accuracy peeking through a crack. So you're basically giving up that free bomb plant every single time, and you lose the game in a 6-5 with Sib dropping 16. Somebody's got to bring something else to the Thanksgiving dinner, like Nameless said this morning, because that guy, he brought the full course meal. Somebody's got to make sure when you watch them cross towards that A-bomb, you have to play a little bit more aggressive on it, because players potentially push to that P1 side and potentially flank you and break your entire setup. That's what happened to them yesterday. Hopefully with accuracy, given that information of players crossing to that A-bomb, because we probably will never see a B push, because the other bomb is all the way in the opponent's spawn. But that A-bomb is so crucial. So with all that information that you gain, you have to do something with it. You can't just afford to give up that free bomb plan and play for that retake, because it's not an easy situation to take care of.
I say for a moment, Sid's camera, it looked like maybe 2Real was hanging out. There's a little pillow hanging out over there. Okay, Sid's here. Okay, I thought for a moment. I wasn't for sure. Maybe he handed off the controller for a moment. But I don't know, Jay. You're talking about people need to kind of provide something else to the table. Sid was doing it all yesterday. I mean, Pred, it looks like he's near a kitchen. You could definitely whip something up. I don't know, maybe something with some Vegemite included? Probably not. I wouldn't like to taste that by any means. But at the same time, we're talking about Seattle. Their struggles on this very map and mode combination coming up. On the other side for Boston Breach, very successful on Fortress Search Destroy yesterday. And versus an Atlanta FaZe team, man, that we thought was going to come out firing. They won that opening hard point. But this is where Boston Breach really started to pick up their pace yesterday on this very map.
Yeah, Boston Breach led by Vivid. He whips out the sniper nice and early, just shuts down that first lane. At that point, when he uses that sniper, when he's going towards that closed arches with the double doors, he's basically shutting down that push towards back A, because now you're afraid to peek those back steps. You do not want to give him that crack angle where he could potentially open up with that first blood. So he was making plays. And then you also got Awakening, not afraid of the moment. Had an insane 2v1 clutch yesterday versus the Atlanta FaZe. Wraps all the way out while earning his dead silence and just makes plays happen. Right now, Boston Breach, they having probably, you know, some of those new team jitters, that honeymoon stage where they're feeling really good right now. Everyone's smiling across the board. You start the season taking out Atlanta FaZe. You're up 1-0 in this series. All smiles for this squad.
A nice little smile there on Big Wake as well. Not a common occurrence, but he's feeling good. He's been lighting it up so far to kick off the opening weekend here of the MW2 season. I wanted to point out something, by the way, Jay, as we come into this next Search and Destroy. Throughout franchise history, Seattle Surge never actually has beaten the Boston Breach. 0-3 last year in Vanguard. And also, by the way, in terms of hardpoint record, I think it's Boston Breach who is now 6-1 versus the Seattle franchise in overall hardpoint in CDL history. So just a little stat nugget to hold on to as we jump into map number 2, heading to Fortress Surge with a desperate need of an answer as they'll kick things off here on the attacking side. It's no surprise, quite a few arrows toward that A side.
Yeah, we're just gonna take our time, but Pred, he finds the timing. Cracks the door through bottom arc, finds that first blood onto Methods, but the trade comes in from Vivid to take down Mac. 3v3, Bomb's still gonna be down towards back A steps. So now they give up that cross. They only have Vivid, just basically the only guy looking over this A bomb, but he's playing it so safe. Not just trying to hold every single angle down. Seattle eventually have to work towards a bomb plant because you know you're not getting towards it.
Oh, and a great shot again coming in from Vivid. Pred with the instant chow. He's been the only guy so far to find some kills. And right now he's working off a bit of information. Bomb is going to be claimed there from accuracy. 30 seconds still to work with. And every single inch of really map control that Pred gains, he is giving that over to accuracy. Here comes the engagement. Now make it 3. Accuracy on the plant. All up to Big Wake.
Big Wake on OB2. He gets the first blood, but can't find the second onto Pred. I don't know if Pred uses his dead silence to close out this round, but Awakening almost made another 1v2 happen. When you're usually in a 1v1 close range, all 4. Give him the ace. He starts off that initial round, finding that first blood onto Methods. Rat back, gets the trade onto the second player, and the third player in narrow, just sprinting at him, trying to get the timing in towards bottom arc. Eventually turns into a 2v1, and then it's just in the right moment, at the right place to clutch up that round for Seattle. Now up 1-0.
We said somebody needed to bring another dish to the table, and Pred absolutely did that.
Might have been mac and cheese.
Maybe some ham, some mac and cheese, some stuffing. Who knows?
Some good stuff.
Tell you what, he's brought down quite low. Definitely wants to stay alive in this situation. So lethal in the early time, or rather the timings of this game. It's what made him so lethal last year in Vanguard. So many players talking about Pred just knows the timing. He just knows the way that this game works. Puts that to good use. Nobody is yet to expire off the map, and it's a quick plant for Boston.
That's a free bomb plant, and then you get a 2-piece on 2 players trying to commit towards the flank. You don't want to run into Awakening. Give him all 3. He said, Pred, you got it in the first round. I'm going to get it in this second one. Looking for his very own ace. 30 seconds left. Pred in the 1v4. Not going to potentially fight anyone in this round because he probably wants to play for that streak. If he can potentially pick it up, he knows that this round is basically chalked. But Awakening shuts down that push from all 3 players trying to commit towards that late flank. You get the free bomb planet A. Accuracy was the guy that calls out the cross, but still, don't do anything to shut them down. Boston Breach with a flawless attacking round.
And Pred just enjoying the lovely artwork that happens to exist here on Fortress.
Is that a pony?
Looks like somebody's actually being impaled by a spear. So
okay, not a pony.
Not the loveliest of artwork there. By any means. But a smart play overall by Pred. We talked about how he wants to sort of hold on to that spree, but we got to take a look, by the way, at the nice little round that Big Wake just happened to put on display for us. A lovely little 3K coming in from Big Wake. And as we said, just not able to find Pred. Only reason is because, well, he just stayed alive. Nobody gets to get a kill from Seattle except for Pred. Just keeping that in mind.
Totally fine. The guy gets an ace in the first round. It's 1-1. No need to panic yesterday. Sib dropped 16 and they still lost the map. So let's make sure.
Okay.
We relax a little bit. Let's work towards this A bomb. You do have Vivid who's going to give up his position. The nade does come in, but Mac, now his position is going to be known. You do have a trophy to work with. Great shots to take down that first blood onto Methods.
And we have seen a few players actually get taken down through the gallows. Vivid decides to go and use that trigger discipline. Just toss the 8th stun so far of the round onto Mac as he will dolphin dive and then some. Those elbows are going to be bruised. Sib at least is able to find a kill. So Pred very excited that someone else has decided to join him in the kill column. Mac again. Elbows rough as ever. Vivid, nice little sneak toward the side, and that's going to be 2 awarded for aggression. However, Seattle are able to lock it down. And who knows, Jay? But yeah, you got a little bit of teammate support. Everybody's getting kills. You're going to walk away with rounds.
Yeah, that one looked a little scary, though, because I'm pretty sure Vivid just crouch walk his way all the way up the stage. It was not seen. Finds a 2-piece before he eventually gets dropped. Seattle just had more numbers in that situation. You get that first blood onto Methods, the guy that's watching the cross towards A bomb. You know, you back down Vivid with that Semtex to eventually work that bomb plant. But they did have the numbers advantage. They found a couple kills around the map as well. And now Seattle Surge find themselves up 2-0. Pred on a 5 spree. Potentially earn himself that airstrike.
See if he can snag it. Maybe Mac trying to play a little bit of bait. Tag up somebody. With Demon Joe. Just behind the cell, really. Ready to break on out. Nade's tossed over. And be careful. Tosses out a nade himself. And really, if Seattle could absolutely play for this, they've got Pred in a great little angle. They're just going to use Tactical's utility to take him out. First blood granted from Seattle. Great work.
Big first kill, but Metis does find that trade. They have every single angle covered. Vivis also has a sniper. He's able to at least communicate with his teammates where 2 players are. He actually knows where all 3 of them are because Accuracy throws that nade, but Accuracy finds the kill. Now to 3v2. Method's going to have a huge one. He takes down the first, but the trade is not there. 1v2 for Nero.
It's just to play the time. 12 seconds left, and they instantly hop on the defuse. Is he going to jump in here in time? Is he going to have timing to work with? He does indeed. It's picture perfect from Nero, and he'll grab them both. A great reply there out of Boston. As really Seattle, they were doing such great work trying to cut down Big Wake, but I don't know, man. It feels like he's like the final boss in the back of the map. They were so focused on him, they didn't realize the bomb was going down.
Yeah, that's the second round now on defense for Seattle Surge, where they're giving up this A bomb plant for free, and they're trying to work that late flank. They do find the opening kill into Awakening, but that Method's find the trade. So now 3v3. You have to check every single corner when you're pushing through Art, when you're trying to go through back alley, so you can try to pick up these kills. But when you waste that much time, that's what allows Nero to eventually hit that route, peeks the door wide open, and finds the kill just in the right time to secure the round for Boston Breach 2-2.
Big Wake, indeed a sight to behold, and Seattle just could not keep their eye off of him in that last round, and that will be their demise. 2-2, we have it, and now Methods starting to use the crack, the bottom of the door. Pred did fall off of that spree, but does have one to work with in terms of streaks. That's now going to be 7-1 for last year's Rookie of the Year, and could he find the timing again to open these doors?
Big nade comes in from Methods to take down that bomb carrier and Mac. Do they read this play? And Pred, does he go for it again? Try to get that kill. The Method's going to strike, but this time Nero has his brother's back. Takes down Pred, makes it a 3-2, 40 seconds left. Sib has the bomb. He has to eventually work this plant. Look what Accuracy's doing. He's trying to take ground. Awakening is going to get spotted, but he gets out with his life.
And now Accuracy left between a rock and a hard place. Gonna know a few players are over here, but he does get dealt with. Some great work coming in from Nero. Sib at least able to poke away at one. Tagged up and ready for anybody to try and challenge. Stun comes through, doesn't take him down. In terms of HP, goes for the challenge, and it's Nero for the final 3 kills of this round. And that's just great work, Jamie. That is perfect strategy coming in from Boston, because in that moment, right when Pred tries to jump through the doors of bottom Art, he knows right as soon as Vivid shoots, that could be a great opportunity for him to peek on through. Just really great awareness, really, from this guy right here.
Yeah, Boston Breach just said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But I'm not going to allow you to fool me twice. Nero was the guy that finds a 3-piece on the round to secure The defensive round for Boston Breach. Great plays from him. It's now going to put him at 5-2 on a 5 spree. Hopefully Seattle have an answer for this A push because they're giving it up every single time. I know Accuracy is watching that cross, but they simply cannot slow down this bomb plant.
And Nero just runs right through on a 5 spree. Very valuable life. And Vivid first blood. And that is a wide open setup. Seattle dealt with and handled. However, the streak comes on through. Nothing granted. Man advantage still for Boston.
3v2. Now you can eventually work this bomb plant towards A. You want to make sure no one is going to be playing this close arch. It's now 45 seconds for the retake to come in from Mac and Pred. How do they decide to attack this? It's looking like Mac is going to work his way on the flank. He's trying to take his time. Vivid going to be the guy with the sniper in hand watching over that site. The time is starting to tick. We have to get some information soon.
And Big Wake peels back off the stairs. Will the same thing be said for Pred? Absolutely. Excellent work from Big Wake in the back, as it was just a very awkward setup to start off this round, Jay. Seattle Surge, final 2 players also left in somewhat of a predicament, but Awakening just continuing to put on some highlight plays.
I think right there, Seattle, they were playing around the streak. So Accuracy, the guy that calling out the cross, once he spots one, that's when you see Pred call in his airstrike. But unfortunately, he doesn't pick up any kills, and 2 of his teammates drop at the same time. That was great plays from Vivid to be aggressive through that left side arch. Find that kill. I mean, it was actually narrow. My apologies. But now that puts Boston up 4-2. Seattle just simply haven't had an answer on their defensive rounds.
Somebody give Awakening a cowboy hat. He is going for a ride. He knows exactly the timing.
There's no way Pred's going to come. There's no way he does it again. There's no way he does it again.
Oh, he opens it and Sib tries to go for the challenge. Take a look at the little strategies. Now we're seeing from both of these teams. I would say the rookies, but now it's the sophomores trying to play around with Boston Breach. The nade comes through from the top. That's great work. They're from Mac. Vivid is now out of the play, and things begin to slow down.
Yeah, Vivid was playing that round a little bit too aggressive. Usually plays towards that arch side, but gives up the first blood this time around. So now in the 4v3, Pred's just trying to time it again. He's trying to time it with Sib at the top window, but this time Sib is going to get picked by Awakening. So now 30 seconds and counting. We have to work towards this bomb plant. Everyone on the side of Boston Breach knows that this bomb is going down towards A. How can they slow him down?
And you can just see, like, the strategy's just not working. 20 seconds left. Seattle, maybe a bit of panic starts to set in. Here comes the cruise.
Trophy.
Nero at the same time. Awakening is going to be there. The trophy tries to save the day, and I think it did.
Wow.
Meanwhile, was able to find 2. Nero now brings it to a 1v1, 30 seconds to go. It's time to tango.
And Mac doesn't have that silence to work with, so if you're Nero, you will be able to hear him, but Nero's going to break through bottom art. Mac with the repositioning secures the round for Seattle. What a play out of Mac. Once it turns into a 3v2, you know you have to get this bomb down. He throws a trophy down, blocks that cruise missile. Once the bomb is down, you see a player on Boston Breach commit towards the gunfight, but Mac was ready for it. He finds 2 on that site, and it eventually turns into a 1v1, and with the repositioning is able to clutch up the round. Major round for Seattle Surge to keep themselves in this game.
Feels like Max saves the day. Seattle Surge. This is what the problem they had yesterday, Jay, was that, like, they were trying to set up Pred to make some plays. If he's not able to, sometimes the round gets a tad stagnant. Pred takes a trophy in the neck. That's not ever going to be fun.
This is different, though.
Ton, by the way.
They're aggressive through A. They're aggressive through A this time around, and Pred finds that first blood. The trade does come in, but now Boston Breach know they have to work 2 times harder to take control of this site.
Great shots from Vivid. By the way, Accuracy hanging out in the corner. Nero's going to be there to read him. Some early shots exchanged. Either which way.
Oh my
Nero's
God.
Trade, and now it is on to Mac. 1v2. Nothing but his wits and his rifle remain, as they call upon him to try to make the clutch. And could it be?
Wait a minute.
Very first time we see somebody try to plant it B.
Wait a minute.
It's possible.
Oh, this is a difficult round for Mac to now win, because in the positioning that Awakening is, he has the entire cross. He's able to spot him, and that is a beautiful, beautiful play from Boston Breach. Even after losing all Mac control on that A bomb, they trade that first one with a nade, and then Nero, no hesitation from side arc, jumps out, finds one, challenges Sib towards the archway, and then commits towards that B bomb. What a beautiful play call coming in from Boston to now put them at game point.
Some great work from this Boston Breach team. We talked about last year how it really was this thing of, you know what, they're great at search destroy. Then they make some roster changes. Now they're great at hardpoint. They were never able to find that combination, and right now it looks like they're starting to. The pieces beginning to come together for Boston Breach, one round away from going up 2-0 versus Seattle Surge. As Seattle will begin things here on attack. Bomb in hand as Methods looks to lay down a few early shots. Vivid receiving more than one tack. He is stunned and then some. Here comes the plant.
Oh, here comes the plant, but look at Sim. Works his way on the flank, is only able to pick up one, and Vivid takes down Mac as that bomb gets planted. So now it turns into a 3v2. If you're Boston Breach, you can attack this right from the front. The repositioning from Seattle, no one has a line of sight on that site. Accuracy gonna wrap back, finds a big kill on a Vivid, 2v2.
All comes down to Awakening and Nero. However, Pred, hungry to strike, is now able to bring it into a 1v2. Big Wake has got to go big. And can he do it here? Living up to the nade. That's going to be the first. Just has to take the right. Oh my goodness. He puts in some solid shots toward Pred. But the 1v1 will go the way of Seattle as they narrowly stay alive.
Big kill from Pred. Got very, very scary towards those final seconds. Pred is able to secure the round for Seattle. Keep him in this game a little longer. But now they just have to find an answer on defense. 0-4 on the defensive side so far on this Fortress S&D. It looked like in that previous round when they were aggressive through A, they found us a little bit of success. They just couldn't win the trade fights. This time they're going to switch it up. Play it nice and slow. Accuracy not going to play that position from bottom maps to watch across. He's going to play from the close arch this time around.
If Pred decides to go in top green, he very well could be spotted.
We got to get up.
By Awakening is that jump. He's going to make it through. Does Awakening get the call out? Really is the question. Or has Pred found himself behind enemy lines? Sneaks through the doorway. Does not expect Awakening to be there. First blood Boston. Mac replies. Now 3v3.
3v3, and the bomb is not going to get down towards that A site. Accuracy still that player holding that cross. So now Boston have to try to work something else, but Vivid does have that sniper in hand. He's trying to play for this pick on Accuracy. He's going to be able to back him down, so the bomb is going to be able to get planted on the side of Boston. But how fast has Seattle decided to play this retake?
We've got two players toward that left doorway from Vivid's perspective. Mac, meanwhile, trying to make the play.
He's making it.
Is he going to find the timing? He hears Methods toward the outside. Bomb is going to be planted. Down for Breach. 40 seconds to work with. It's about finding this initial pick. Can Mac be the one to find it?
No more Daddy.
Or could it even be Accuracy?
No more Daddy. No more Daddy. He gets taken down. Now it's all left up to Sim in the 1v3. Makes it a 1v2. But the plays from Boston Breach on their attacking rounds make it flawless. 5-0 compared to Seattle on defense. 0-5. Boston Breach just made the plays right there. Pred, he jumps into that top window, but Awakening has that line of sight. So if he jumps up there, we can give the call out. Once you pop them doors open, he's free aiming. Even if you're laying down, don't matter. He's waiting for you to turn this corner to get that first blood. Even though it turns immediately into a 3v3, Boston do a great job of just backing down Accuracy from his position to eventually open up that A bomb. I thought Mac, when he was in that position towards top art, he was going to be the player to make that play. But once he runs out of that dead silence, all the sound cues start popping in the headsets for the Boston Breach players. They turn around, they take him down, and they close out the S&D in the 6-4. Now up 2-0 in the series. Great plays.
Great plays, man. And take a look at those first bloods for Seattle, by the way. They finish off with 7 despite the loss. So early round success, but late round clutching that comes in from Boston Breach. We just saw it like in a number of different situations where you can see, you know what, it is somewhat of a new roster, 3 of the same players from last year, but you bring in a new guy in Awakening. How is the team going to mix? I feel like they were hitting it all strides. Seattle made some great plays. Obviously, we talked about Pred. Majority of this game for the Surge side. Austin just look like they are in sync right now, Jay. I think that would be the word to describe this team as it stands up 2-0.
All 4 players are firing on all cylinders right now, man. It's hard to shut these guys down. They got the honeymoon going for them with a brand new team. They're looking good to start the season.
I'll tell you what, man, they've got a good destination. Hotel, maybe could be their next spot when it comes down to their honeymoon. Can it be a quick 3-0 for Boston Breach, or will Seattle Surge start to show some signs of life? We will find out. We'll be back right after this. Two members who were all toward the bedroom. Awakening is going to have the cross. Great work, Pixel. Perfect in terms of that opener. Vivid able to apply some damage as well. And here comes the cruise missile. Bit of a panic button pressed quickly from Boston as Vivid's able to drop two. Cruise missile comes through, at least gains a bit of information. And now with these spawns, Chef Tony has got to be ready. He's in the right place toward the diner. However, he will reach his bitter end. Awakening now the second line of defense as job done early. 35 seconds left, but Seattle only 6 lives left.
Yeah, only 6 lives, so this is going to be the last push. What can Mac do on that late pinch? All of his teammates are finding the kills out of bedroom. They're trying to attack this from middle, and Mac also finds that kill on pinch. They're all spawning out towards Mac Spa. Unfortunately, can't win that gunfight onto Nero, but now he allows his teammates to get on that point. Nero with 2. At least they're able to complete this first segment. Done. 3 lives remaining. You have to try to stack.
See if they can do it. Again, just 3 members alive. Pred Soulman inside of the objective. He and Mac back to back. I mean, hey, who knows? Who knows what can happen? There goes Mac, all down to Pred. A valiant effort considering the numbers that they had. Boston finally able to put one up on the board, but Seattle Surge fought to the bitter end of that one.
Yeah, Seattle Surge, they were fighting. They were fighting, and at least for them, they completed 2 segments on that B point. So now it puts it at 8-3. I mean, they're currently up by 8. They were up 3 going into the first round. They get that full complete at A, so that puts it 6, 2 on B. So they basically guarantee themselves defense just in case it goes to that round number 5. But if I'm Seattle, I'm not changing anything about the game plan. You know exactly what you need to do. Shut down this beast push right off the rip. Make sure you're maintaining bedroom control and forcing Boston Breach to always overextend.
I'm glad you're here, Jay. I don't understand the math at all. I'm very far behind. Bryce, by the way, calls it maths. I don't think he knows how to call it either. Just my own interpretation. Oh my goodness, accuracy. Pred, everybody's getting into the action nice and early. Here to kick off this next round. Round number 4 off to a hefty start. Is Boston Breach maybe get back to the game plan? They just want to go ahead and hop on that A objective, get things done, maybe find a few picks, and then you could start to send a few players forward. A few stragglers, a few scouts rather from this Breach team do get found out. Seb tries to challenge, and that basically is going to be the A zone.
Yeah, A is going to be chalked up. Max still has that precision airstrike to work with. But now 2 minutes on the clock for Boston Breach to potentially try to force a round number 5. See how far pushed out in the base. His accuracy all the way towards the back plan is on back plat. He's consistently forcing Boston to try to overextend, but a huge gunfight going on in the back. He's able to win it versus Nero. He's maintaining map control, forcing all of Boston Breach to attack from the back.
3 out of the 4 members inside of the spawn. Seattle Surge set up and prepared. Pred, these close corridors is always going to cause some problems. That's 3 down. Where's the final member? Okay, happens to be Methods. Still alive. He's having himself a bit of a spa day. Meanwhile, accuracy is cutting down player after player as they try to launch themselves into the restaurant. Some great work early. Boston with a few stragglers that have made their way closer and closer toward that B zone. Boston really just looking for a bit of map control considering where they have to spawn. There's a lot of places to try to jump through and back. Knows where all the spots are, Jay. Like I said, he has like a 9 KD over here in the bedroom.
Yeah, Max he's enjoying his stay. He's got the suite. He's got the king size bed, comfortable pillows.
Good view as well.
Yeah, my guy is chilling in towards top bedroom. But Boston Breach, they're wasting a lot of time committing on this late flank push, trying to go around the back. But Methods and Vivid, they combine for 3. So now Pred is the last player up in towards bedroom. He does find one, but his position is known. Now the spawns for Seattle all scattered around the map. You're going to have Mac, the player that's trying to set up this pinch, working through middle of the map.
But is he going to get here in time? Again, as long as Boston stays alive, somebody's going to have to find a pick. Sib, at least, is able to find one onto Nero. The work does pan out there from Mac on the long hit. Here comes in the streak. Seattle are able to survive for now, and that comes at a perfect time as well, Jay. 30 seconds on the clock.
This is the last push. This is basically the last push. And Nero and Vivid, they combine for 2. They know where accuracy is, but unfortunately cannot find the kill. So you have to try to attack this from the front. All of Boston trying to put on that pressure, but Seattle consistently spawning out spa. 10 seconds left. They need to stop that clock. They need to get on this point.
They do indeed. Great work from Mac and accuracy, holding down the headies. A few more begin to fall. Pred putting the nail in the coffin. Not today, says Seattle Surge, as the coach just comes right out from the back, giving the fist bumps. Surge not going to blow a 2-0 lead today, as they will claim control and now have a foothold in this series.
They did exactly what they needed to do on this map. They maintain map control a majority of the time. When you have accuracy all the way pushed out towards back plat, you're forcing them to consistently overextend through kitchen. And by that, that's forcing Boston Breach to waste a lot of time on this clock. If they get shut down on that back push, there's only like 1 or 2 more good pushes. They wasted about 30 seconds every single time they decided to go for the full flank around spa. And in that situation, if you're Boston Breach, you want to wrap back. You want to try to fight for your bedroom control, because if you can get bedroom, you're consistently spawning back plat. It makes it a lot easier for you to just sprint forward and try to get towards that B site. But instead, you're overextending every single time, just relying on someone try to get an individual kill. We see an uncharacteristic stat line from there. Awakening 11 and 25. Big Wake kind of struggled on that one, and it definitely showed, but Seattle Surge, they did exactly what they needed to do. They slayed when they needed to, maintain map control, and clutch play after clutch play from multiple players like Mac and Sib when they needed to.
And like we said, man, I mean, what, they're one round away from basically being a hefty 2-0 up. I keep using the word hefty, by the way. I don't know. It just makes me feel that way on this map. But no, I mean, like I said, Seattle Surge are looking in prime form. If they don't, lose 3 rounds in a row yesterday versus, what was it, LAG? Like, they're looking great on Hotel overall. And it really feels like a map that just fits them so well. Like, in terms of just the way that the map flows, like you have accuracy, you can just hang out over at the parking lot, as you said, constantly make the opposition have to overextend. And then when they do, you got Pred, you got Mac, you got Sib, who all can just do whatever they want around the map in those close corridors. And as we mentioned, like you said, Mac has just an infinite KD over toward the bedroom. So you got yourself a really good situation, I feel like, if you are Seattle, and I guess picking up from where they left off in Vanguard, Jay, just being incredibly solid on certain maps and control. Hotel feels like it's theirs.
Obviously, yesterday they let it go, but today they make the proper adjustments. They dominated Hotel. They made it very difficult from start to finish for Boston Breach to try to find any success, and they stay alive a little longer in this series, now forcing Embassy Hardpoint. We haven't had the chance to watch Seattle play this map. We did watch Boston, and one thing that stood out for me watching Boston on that map, it all came down to that P4 hardpoint. That P4 in towards bottom PD, they simply could not execute a break on Atlanta FaZe. That's where Atlanta FaZe were able to pull the game away. So if you're Boston Breach, you have to make sure for your money hills, such as the P3s and the P4s, because top AC can be a money as long as you early rotate. P4 is a money hill if you can rotate towards PD. Make sure you hold down your top, hold down your hallways. And then P5, which is that kitchen hill where they almost fought back into that game yesterday versus Atlanta FaZe. They gave it was like a 43-point game. It's just that one swing up at that P4 hard point. They have to make sure that they're there early. You cannot allow Seattle to get fully set up, because don't get it twisted. I know Seattle lost map number 1, but yesterday they looked like the best hard point team in the game.
No, they absolutely did. And I think you pointed out perfectly, like kind of learning from your mistakes if you're Boston Breach, a little bit of a newer one if you're Seattle. And I'll point out another thing. I feel like the Boston Breach actually made a mistake on yesterday versus Atlanta FaZe, Jay. The one little play over at the ACs where Abizi just slowly climbed up the ladder.
Yep.
You got to be aware of those little pushes. And I know of somebody in particular who is going to punish you if you're not aware of his position, and that is Pred, right? I mean, he's going to be trying to hit all of the lanes, hit all of these routes. Boston Breach have got to be prepared, right? You're up 2-0. Now you're up 2-1. You've allowed for the momentum to kind of be catered toward the other side. And as you said, Seattle Surge, outside of that opening hardpoint, which they still look solid on in Hotel, this looks to be one of the better hardpoint teams in the game. Again, very, very early on the call, but that was a convincing 2 wins yesterday over LAG.
Oh, very, very convincing. Almost 100-point clubbing them on both of the maps. But if you're Seattle Surge, I said they needed a spark, and it was a combined from the entire squad. Even though accuracy probably didn't put up that much kills, he was in a position to allow his teammates to pick up all those kills. So that's the spark that they needed.
His
to not
presence
put
was felt
back
on the map, Jay.
Exactly. It definitely was felt on the map. So now going into this map number 4, like I said, you just have to stay ahead of these rotation. Going into Modern Warfare 2, it's all about rotation and hardpoint. I love saying that, because if you're early set up, you will be able to find a lot of success. If you're not, if you're consistently playing from that back foot, that's when you see a lot of negative stat lines with a lot of big scores. So you have to make sure, if you're Seattle, make sure we're early on these rotations. Whoever's going to be starting off on a good side should be able to get a good chunk of time off of this P1, but when you go to the P2, that's going to get scrappy. P3 is when the game really starts to get out of hand if you allow a team to fully set up.
Well, Jay, I mean, what? I feel like all of Seattle Surge, they have their degrees, right? They've all gone to the Abedi Institute of University of Rotation, so they should be pretty good.
That's facts.
When it comes down to that very, very important principle when we talk about some good old hardpoint. As here we go into Embassy. Boston Breach find themselves up 2-1.
Not a good start.
Seattle, a quick 4 down.
Yeah, Seattle started off on the better side, so they're getting initial time. They watch every single cut, a clean 4 down to start us off. As Pred has already pushed out towards tennis court. That's 17 uncontested seconds off P1. Usually do not see that, but now with 25 seconds left, Boston Breach have to start thinking about that rotation. Narrow with a big gunfight onto Sib to potentially open up this backside towards Vans.
And really, if you're Seattle, depending on where these next spawns do come in from, player one's life is going to play a huge factor. So top left, Seattle Surge are going to have to make their way through the back alley. Boston, at least for the moment, Doing a great job of trying to get a few of those seconds, as they'll have spawns for new. A few of those spawns actually do end up issuing a few players toward the top right side of the map. Again, on Embassy, it's a little difficult, right? You're trying to figure out where these guys are coming from, a lot of diagonals to try to think about. But right now, it is Boston Breach getting some much needed time here over at parking. And it's weird to see Nero with the M4, but boy, does he make it look good.
And that was a beautiful setup as well from Boston Breach to get themselves back into this game. You had a player pushed up all the way back alley, watching the cutoff through the middle of the map. One player in Nero consistently slaying towards that deep street side, and you were consistently forcing Seattle to all spawn at tennis. But now with about 30 seconds left, Seattle, they find the opening through the middle of the map. They're able to execute the break. This final 25 should be theirs, because now you're going to force Boston Breach off that early rotation. And look at where Accuracy is. He's the guy that's going to be top PD that can potentially spoil their party by just his positioning, and he does exactly that.
They've got the trades. They've also got the close spawns. However, trades are the name of the game, I guess. We've got hanging out over toward the tennis court. Okay, things just get a little bit interesting. Boston's still here. Awakening's now made his way toward the top ACs. Problem being is that Sib, he's hanging out on his belly, having a very good start towards some Embassy. Bottom orange, we head. Vivid's going to be there early, trade after trade after trade, but it's Boston in the more favorable spot for now.
It's a great break from Boston. Take control of top AC, but Mackey finds the opening through orange. He's able to find two, cannot find the third. Now this should allow Accuracy to potentially hit up the ladder, but no, Awakening is able to take him down. So now the final 30 seconds, you see the spawn flip right now for Seattle. They're starting to spawn out bad side for this P4 hard point, so Boston Breach is doing a great job of just maintaining that side, but no one's actually rotating. They're just allowing Accuracy to completely flip the spawns on his own. That is a mistake right there from Boston Breach.
Yeah, a bit of a tunnel vision, Jay. Pred ends up running through. It could be at least the last few seconds for Boston Breach, but it's really just a prayer. It's a Hail Mary toward the end. And now Sib and Accuracy, the ARs, back to back, hanging out because of a little bit of an oversight from Boston Breach. Accuracy position is going to be known. However, he at least takes one to the grave with him. So Boston set up and ready to go here at office, but because of those early plays, it has allowed for Seattle to gain a little bit more map positioning.
Boston are doing a great job of just holding so far. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Now they control the spawn towards the backside. All of Seattle had to try to break this through middle. And Methods, he might potentially set up a kill feed here, but unfortunately, great shots from Mac. Able to eliminate him from that position. Boston Breach climbing right back into this game. They're doing a great hold on this P4. I said they needed to do it before the game started, and so far they're answering the call. 25 seconds. Now you're going to force Seattle off that rotation to Kitchen, which is definitely a very difficult hill to break.
Without a doubt, partner. I mean, this is a chaotic map. You've got SMGs going off. You got some crazy spawns. Everything, and the kitchen sink, without a doubt, here on Embassy is being felt as we've got ourselves pretty much a dead even game as we fly over toward P5. Currently, it's Seattle Surge in the much more favorable position to close out our first set of rotations. We'll see if they can grab the lead, but Methods, one of the big voices of this team, Ian Awakening, trying to lead the troops into a bit of a pinch. Not an easy break, as you said, when it comes down to P5, but they've got the right players in the right places.
Here comes Awakening and the rest of Boston Breach. They're able to execute the break. Awakening finds 3, but now it's on Pred. Pred, he does find 2, but the trades come in from Narrow. So now Boston Breach currently with control. You see a couple players spawning all the way across the map towards Tennis, so they have to potentially set up this pinch, and they do exactly that, making it 3. Last player up is going to be sent towards the middle of the map. Let's not even peek him, even though he does pick up the nade kill. Boston Breach with a great break to maintain this lead.
Great work so far. Seb is at least able to put 1 in the dirt, but now both teams preparing back for P1, trying to prepare back for those preferred spawns. And really, Jay, both these teams want to fight for the last few seconds, considering where that more advantageous spawn is going to be. It's really the bottom side of your map, where the focus is going to be highlighted. And currently it is Boston Breach to find themselves in the more favorable spot and a minor advantage currently in the scoreline.
Yeah, if you're Boston, you can take this right now. You're maintaining the map control, like you said. You're not really getting any time, but you're also not allowing Seattle to get any time. You know they have full office control, full top bedroom. Great shots coming in from Mac to take down Awakening. The trade does come in, so now you're going to see Boston Breach start to get some of this time. Methods trying to look towards lower bathroom, pursues that kill as well. Finds himself on a 3 spree, and with 25 seconds left, you already see Vivid off the rotation. He's making sure no players are able to sneak on through, but he does not look middle of the map. So now spawns flip. Seattle Surge do exactly what's needed.
Great work so far. By the way, took a look at a very quick little gander at the scorelines. Accuracy, not the greatest of games. We'll see if they can hunker down and do something. 5 and 17 needs to be adjusted a little bit. Boston Breach with the advantage, and now it is time for them to try and break over here at the parking lot. We'll step aside and see how the comms are sounding now with Breach.
Fine, trailer. He's deep truck. No truck on hill. Deep truck stun. No truck on hill. Low gas. Back truck right now. I'm talking for time. Okay. Back truck. Max dead. Watch the pitch. Right for time. Nice. Right for time. Okay. Deep jump for time. There's one on mid alley. For time, uneven. I'm diving. I did heal. Sit for time. Dead. Nice. I got pitch. Yep. You guys how much deep? I'm ready to get down. Try to dive time. I need it. Two S2 challenge real quick. Watch out. I'm hitting. Yeah, I'm even. He's back to time. Bro. I'm going he's me and you. I'm going top PD right now. I need AC. Top PD right now. They have a trophy. Trophy's on. Okay, I'm going orange. Use your nades on. I don't see my AC. Orange, bottom orange weak. Yeah, my AC. They're hiding outside. Yeah, nothing I can kill. Orange. Bottom orange. Back alley. Nice. Nice. I'm holding one. Yeah, I'm playing left. I need a trophy. I have top PD. I have top PD only. I'm holding it. Yes, I got your bridge. I'm shouldering too. Oh, you have it all? Yes, I got all bridge. They can be one. They cannot be top. Bridge, fuck bridge. I'm going to see, Joe. There's at least one. I can't come. I bought her down. Nice. There's one. Stay downstairs. I got orange dead. I got orange cross. Nice, good play, Joe. Dead. Nice.
I tell you what, those Boston Breach boys are firing on something special. A break over at the ACs. Everybody is starting to slay out. And Jay, I'm hearing all kinds of, let's go, like, took them down, like all kinds of hype moments right now covered in from the Breach camp. These guys are on one.
That was such a beautiful break indeed. Methods with the top PD control. He's the guy that gets the first blood. He's shooting trophies down. He eventually allows Vivid to strike onto that point and get a 4-piece to break that setup for Seattle. Now this game is starting to get out of hand. Boston Breach get a great amount of time on AC. They're fully set up for this PD hard point. All they have to do is hold their angles, hold your irons down, find your kills, and that's exactly what they're trying to do as Nero finds at least a trade, finds 2 in the feed. Break.
Now Surge get the break. Nero's still alive. Trying to put in some decent damage. Seattle toward the outside. Pred at least able to find the pick. He's got that Vaznev out, and he wants to put it to good use for 3. End up falling, and now Pred pretty much waving the white flag, knowing how difficult it is to break inside of this hard point. Not a lot of work that can be done. Awakening is handling business. 23 and 12 before he hits the pavement. And right now, Boston Breach are streaking into the advantage of this game, 225 to 146. And Jay, they are already at that rotation. We'll see if they can make the early break. Seattle Surge, they've got to do something.
Unbelievable. How does he make this play? Vivid from the back alley finds a 3-piece to break the setup from Seattle Surge. They execute the break on Kitchen. 20 seconds away from them closing out this map. Seattle Surge is just playing so damn sloppy. This is very, very sloppy hardcore. We did not see them play like this yesterday, and they are getting pounded right now by Boston. This is not looking good. Nero finds another kill, 10 seconds away from the series being theirs.
Boston Breach, just a few more seconds. The nade comes in. Awakening there for the trade. Nades aplenty. Someone tossed out a trophy, for God's sake. The hill open only for a moment. Seattle Surge continue to rush in the forces as rapidly and as fast as they can. Boston could try to make a late hit for these final few seconds. Here they come. This could be the moment. Few players starting to stack on up. Seattle will hold. Back to P1 we go.
Back to P1, and this is where we say Seattle Surge have to play perfect hard point from here on out. It's not easy to do on a map like Embassy where you can barely get any time off of this P1. They're doing a great job trying to soak up as much time as possible. Methods is trying to set up this pinch. Least finds one, gets an extra second closer and closer towards that finish line. Seattle Surge not allowing Boston Breach to get any time off of this P1, but it's starting to get scary. You can also pay attention to that game clock, 2 minutes and counting. As trades go back and forth, Boston Breach is trying to find an opening.
Well, this should be theirs. This should be theirs. Methods is able to find 2. It's a 1v1 for the point. Civ able to keep it alive for the time. Has to win this engagement. Back is here. Trade after trade. Then perfect start to their MW2 season. A win versus Atlanta FaZe yesterday, and a win here versus Seattle Surge. A solid statement.
What a series from Boston Breach from start to finish. They come out, they take the first 2 opening maps. They fall short in that control. But I said it before this map, the adjustments that they needed to make that costed them in that series, in that map versus Atlanta FaZe, was that P4 hardpoint. They held that down flawlessly. That was a dominant rotation hardpoint out of Boston Breach. Every time they needed to execute a break, they got it done. Even at the most difficult hardpoints, usually seeing AC be a money hill. But when you allow Meta to take top PD control, open up with that first blood, that's what makes it a little bit scary, because now you have no trophies to work with. You lose one line of sight on the top AC, and then you eventually allow Vivid to get a 3-piece from the front. That's not even the worst thing. Seattle Surge right there at Kitchen Hill, that's usually a full 60. They allowed Vivid to walk through back alley and find a 3-piece to break their setup. That is unacceptable on the side of Seattle Surge. They came out, played a lot of sloppy hardpoint today. They definitely have to go back and do some studying. It definitely doesn't help with accuracy. You see the stat line, not really the best, but they were just losing those rotation gunfights. And every single time Boston Breach fight for that junk time, they were also executing the break at the initial of every single one of these hard points. Boston Breach are not a team to play with, man. They came out and played today.
And again, it just shows you the move that they made during the offseason. It was the right move, at least so far. It looks like that is the case. W's versus Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge. 2 teams. I know it's a different title, but 2 teams who were in the top 3 of champs last season. A nice beginning here for Boston Breach as they kick off their opening weekend with a lovely 2-0 start. And Jay, like I said, I mean, it feels like the perfect combination. They were a team that started off great in S&D for the end of the year, got great at hardpoint. Now it feels like those things are connected. And on top of that, they do lose the control today, but they looked excellent in control yesterday.
Yeah. Obviously, it's 2 different maps. You're going up against Seattle, who looked fairly strong at Hotel, but everything else, they knew exactly what they needed to do. It looks like Boston Breach have a great understanding on how they want to play at hardpoint. Obviously, they lost Embassy yesterday, but they come in today with some VOD review sessions, with some practice, and get it done where they needed to at that P4 hardpoint. That was the difference of the game. We saw that they almost gave it up at the beginning of that first rotation of hardpoints, but then they execute the break immediately. Boston Breach just came out, played on a whole different level today compared to Seattle.
Yeah, you've got to be feeling good. If you're a Boston Breach fan, you saw that schedule and you thought, it's gonna be a pretty difficult week for us. You're leaving it rather with a 2-0 record. Let's go and bring back in the desk bucket. Guys, what a series. I thought this was actually going to go down to a game 5, but Boston Breach, those boys are looking good, Puckett.
That was a fun one. Thank you, gentlemen. Lando would study crushing it on the call as always. But can I give a shout out to the Twitch chat? We are rolling 6 figures deep 2 days in a row, and today has been flawless. So if you want to show some love to the people behind the scenes at COD League, hop on Twitter. It's all about good vibes in this room. Let's talk about the vibes, though, for Boston, because they are way up. I came in with my prediction. Sib was going to win this game. After watching him last night against the LA Gorillas, I thought the Seattle Surge's youngster was going to be talented enough to just cause chaos for the Breach.
That last sentence in there, like, you just did not need to put that extra dagger in. But I will say this, Big Wake, I was definitely one of his biggest critics last year. I knew he was a high engagement player, he's very talented, but I was worried about what he was truly bringing to the map, and I feel like now being plugged into this Boston Breach roster, it has completely transformed them. What he does, he clutches up when he needs him to, he gets hill time when he needs him to. I mean, that first hard point, he had like 2 seconds, and I was like, oh, geez, here we go, it's a 20-point game. Map 4, he had like 2 minutes in hill time, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So shout out Big Wake. I mean, an excellent addition to this Boston.
Yeah, 2 minutes of hill time, a 30 and 17 post up in the KD as well. But Nameless, talk to me a little bit about kind of the macro level of the Breach. What was the difference watching this team taking on Seattle in these 4 games?
Yeah, I mean, I just think they're doing a lot of things well. They have a great understanding of the game. I mean, you could see it in some of these instances in these maps, like on that embassy, for example. They were all of Seattle was spawning inside of the AC hill. They had a full setup in there, and then you see Vivid goes around back while they're pinching from the front. Methods is distracting. Vivid picks up the 2 kills. They get that that time, and then they force them to hit the scrap, and then they also get P4 set up as well. So it's sort of like setting up a trap for the opposing squad and then capitalizing on that and chaining it into multiple hills is things that we see these teams that excel early on, and that's how they get these wins. Like, they seem like they're a lot far ahead of these top teams.
Awakening's been on this Breach squad for 2 series. He's now 2-0, and he joins us live. Big Wick, welcome to the show, my friend. How are we feeling after this opening week in 2-0?
We're feeling good, and we're super confident, and we're just super excited and happy to start off 2-0.
Now, I have to say, it's a pleasure to finally be talking to you. Nameless has been gassing you up since I signed the contract. He's like, you got to watch this kid. You got to see the kid. For anyone who missed you last year and is now watching you this year, how would you describe yourself as a player?
I'm more of a fast flex player. Like, I don't have the best comms, but I think I can like take over the maps and I can honestly do everything. Like, I'm just like a true flex player, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like we really saw that throughout this series because, I mean, it didn't matter the map, it didn't matter the mode. You were in control of the map. And I want to know what it was like for you leaving that Florida team and being plugged into this Boston Breach roster, what you were looking forward to the most, who you were looking forward to playing with the most, and how it's affected you as a player.
I mean, I was looking forward to playing with all of them, honestly. And I was just super excited to be able to, like, be like an AR flex and, like, have 2 main subs, like, run in front of me and stuff. So, yeah, I was just super excited for that, honestly.
And go ahead, Ant.
Wait, I just gotta say, like, I'll never forgive you for what you did to me on Mercado Live.
The 180?
Yeah, it wasn't like an actual like, pure 180, but you know, I did get pooped on.
Yeah. He turned on you a little bit.
Wait, so just for you, you know, you've been out of Florida for quite some time. You know, a couple of years now. Yeah. You guys had some good moments a couple years ago. But what was it like transitioning over to the Boston Breach? Like, the chains were off. Did they give you like the keys? Like, just go out there, get as many kills as you need to do. How's it been?
Not really. It's just the same old stuff, like just preparing and just being confident in each other and just honestly just playing the game smart and just doing everything together.
Heck yeah, man.
I got a lot of people throwing their games in my mosh pit right now. Awakening, what tips do you have for the folks at home who are trying to get to your level one day? If they're trying to get into challengers or make their way to the top, what would you say to the youngsters on the sticks?
Just literally non-stop grind. Like, you have to make a lot of sacrifices and just literally grind every single day and just, I mean, that's just how it is in life. Just grind to get where we want to be. So,
grinding life to where you want to get. I like it a lot. Awakening, you have gotten your team to a 2-0 start to the league. I know we're going to see you in Raleigh. I just feel it in my bones, and we're going to see you putting up even bigger numbers there. Thanks for joining us on the show tonight.
Thank you, Puckett.
That's Awakening, and that's the Boston Breach with a 2-0. Seattle Surge, not the start to the season they were looking for. Is it time to panic, though, Allie? If I'm a Surge fan at home, am I starting to drown out my own tears, or what's happening?
No, I mean, personally, I don't think you panic. I don't think it's so much that Seattle was doing a lot wrong. It was just that Boston Breach is looking so much better than last year and has really stepped it up to another level. The Seattle Surge, they were out-rotating them throughout most of these respawns, and we saw their dominance in their first match on Friday. So I don't think it's yet to throw in the towel. I will say, though, when it comes to Search and Destroy, they need to stop beating themselves and playing to the enemy team's game. This is a Seattle Surge team that usually is trying to get that plant down within 20 seconds of the round. They're trying to be faster, trying to play that objective. I did not see that in that map 2 of this series. They very much played to Boston Breach's game, very much sat back and just allowed themselves to get picked apart.
We'll see if they switch up their vetoes going into the next round of Search and Destroys. We got to close out this Nameless with our Scuff play of the series, our play of the game. It goes to Awakening. He had the numbers all day long. Walk me through these.
Yeah, I mean, it's the very end of the game here on the Diner Hill, and you can see Awakening gets pushed up carpet. He finds one with the assistance of Methods, gets that kill, and then it's just the anticipation. He knows after getting that kill, there's probably going to be one coming through carpet door and one coming through lobby. He gets one and whips around his gun to get the third and closes out the game for the squad. It's absolutely disgusting plays out of this guy.
Positioning on point for all 4 players that were coming in to attack him. Awakening putting up an argument for early MVP here as we get into our first major. Before we go to break, we got to remind you, we still have one more match to go. So hop on Twitter and make some noise in the chat. When we come back, it's the first look at the new Florida Mutineers as they take on Clayster and the Vegas Legion. This is the CDL.
happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down, whatever you get up to, your triumphs and transgressions, nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
And we are back gearing up for the final match here of day 2. It's the online qualifiers leading up to our first major in Raleigh, North Carolina. Quick reminder, tickets are on sale. We are going to North Carolina December 15th to the 18th, so get your tickets right now. Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat. We got Nameless, and we got another battle to talk about. Let's start here with the team that everyone's been sleeping on. That's right. It's the Florida Mutineers. Allie, I went with the squad. I feel that they got potential here. Everyone else on the talent predictions, they're going the other way. But they've never seen my man Havoc like I have. I remember him going all the way back to AEW, causing chaos. He's now got Major Maniac, a guy who's had a ton of success back in his ATL days. You've got Brack back in the CDL. You got Vico. How do you see this team working out?
Listen, I know what I'm getting out of Major Maniac and Havoc, all right? We saw a little bit of Havoc last year. He shook up the scene just a bit, but couldn't pull out anything in the end. The biggest question mark is going to be Brack and Vico being brought up from the challenger scene. Brack is a face that we have not seen in a long time. Vico being on his rookie years. So I think this is a team that's going to be very good at search and destroy. I think the biggest question mark for me is going to be Respawn.
Now, Ant, we kind of talked about Vico and how he was a student, right? This is a guy who's putting all of his energy into school. This is his first opportunity to put all of that energy into Call of Duty. He's got his pure focus. This is a squad flying under the radar. Not a lot of talk about their scrims. Where would be the danger in playing against a team like Florida, if there is one?
I mean, it's the search and destroy. It's like what Ali said. Yeah. I mean, Major Maniac's teams are typically good at that game mode. What we've seen out of Vico as well is he's formidable in that game mode. This team, we haven't talked about, their roster changes as much. I think it's the most underwhelming roster changes of all the roster changes we've seen in this offseason. I know they're going to be looking to prove a lot of people wrong. And, with the current meta of this game, it is teamwork oriented, and it can be a lot slower at times, which would have been the biggest criticism I have of this team is their pace of play. So it might work out in their favor. We could be in for a surprise.
First matchup that we are seeing out of the Florida Mutineers and their brand new jerseys. On the other side of this battle, though, we got to talk about their opponent, the second matchup for the Las Vegas Legion. That's right, no longer the Paris Legion. The Vegas Legion went up against the LA Thieves, and it was a 3-1. We saw a decent search coming out of this crew, but the hard points, they were simply outmatched. Temp needs more kills. Don needs to make it rain today, Nameless. Can he put up the numbers to get this team the dub?
I think so. He's the playmaker on this team. I've watched a lot of their scrims, and typically when there's somebody making plays in hard point for the break, getting that initial kill, it is Don. Temp is the one doing that. And yesterday, we saw them set up on a couple of hills, and namely is like the Barbershop Hill on Mercado, which they will be running back in this series. They had a couple blunders where they just gave up that first kill. Can't happen today.
Allie, real quick, we got to take a look here at the maps and modes. Walk me through your thoughts about this series. How do you see the 5 games playing out? Are we going to a game 5, or could this be a 3-0? Embassy Mercado's in the building now? How do you see it happening?
I think we're looking at a 3-4 series game here. I'm very excited to see Mercado. We have yet to see that in Search and Destroy. I'm excited to see it in Game 4 as well. But I think because Vegas Legion played up against LA Thieves, they kept both hard points within 50 points. I think this is Vegas Legion that we're heavily overlooking because of their opening series against the back-to-back champs, and it should be a good one.
It's time to get into the games. Chat, let us know. Who are you feeling right now? We got our casters ready, the Great Brits. Brycey, Ton, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Puckett. Let's get straight into this one. The map is starting, of course, Embassy Hardpoint, the Vegas Legion versus the Florida Mutineers. The debut for the Mutineers here in CDL season 2023. There's not been a lot of positive feelings around this roster, but playing can put all that to bed.
Yeah, I think you look at this roster and you worry about the star power. Quite a lot of rosters have those players that do stand out to everybody. For the biggest Legion, it's Temp. Everybody would say towards him and Clayster, those are the boys that are going to get things done, etc, etc. You know exactly the kind of player I mean. Florida Mutineers have kind of taken a risk here or there, it has to be said. But this guy on your screen, Vehicle, is one of the people that was in that team with Scrappy, that Ultra Academy team that did so well last year on the Challenger side of things. They pretty much won absolutely bloody everything, Brycey. And Vehicle was a massive part of that team. Can he make as much of an impact as Scrappy potentially could do on the Toronto Ultra roster? Let's find out. But the jury is still out on every single team at the moment. Florida Mutineers is their first chance to show.
I feel like there's almost a mental block around with Vegas Legion as well. Like, obviously last year was so bad for them. I just want to see them get some wins and go, okay, kind of mentally reset how we felt about them for quite some time. But at the moment, both teams just fighting for positioning on the minimap. You can see it. They're fighting around the back here, probably with a big kill, but Havoc is waiting. Just not able to get it, but that nade will certainly do some damage.
Hasn't caught him because Vehicles did instead. Rotation over towards P2. Well and truly in the hands of the Vegas Legion. And to be honest with you, like, I partially disagree with the point on the desk. I don't think anybody's sleeping on Vegas Legion by any stretch of the imagination. I think realistically, they had a couple of decent moments here and there when it did come through. They've spawned Florida Mutineers. A bit of a split halfway across the map. They're already crossed over towards P2. There should be a good chunk of time. But as I said, there was a couple of moments here and there in those hard points that things didn't look too bad for the side of the Vegas Legion. Let's see if they can translate that into a win here against the Mutineers.
I've spotted something that I'll bring up later in the broadcast because it's quite funny, but we'll continue with the game for now. Yeah, we'll continue with the game for now. At the moment, this rotation to top AC, very, very important. Probably might get a little bit of timing here. Can he just get up this ladder first? Unfortunately, it's already been watched. Vehicle had it, but Clay just managed to get that gun down. There is an opportunity here for the Legion to get in position.
Clayster, good kill. Comes on through now. Vegas Legion have somebody in top office as well. This is absolute prime scenario. Getting over towards AC. This kill will be massive as well, but Vehicle keeps some presence here from the side of Florida, if only momentarily. I see it again, Brycey. I see it. Yeah. Thank God that's gone. Right, anyway. I'm both with Clayster. We're top AC.
Clayster's just waiting this off. He knows the push is coming. Look for the power up, and Brad goes for the jump, but not able to get it done. Big rotation here from the Legion. They've managed to lock this one down, and it's going to be closer for a 1v1. This is 20 seconds on the point. Clay's got it all day. And now you can see the fight for the rotations. Oh, that's a bold shout. You had an M4.
It's questionable. It has to be.
I mean, he's going to get the spawn now. He's got the spawn for next. That's probably better for him.
I mean, 10 seconds of time wouldn't have hurt him, but I mean, the rest of the Florida Mutineers are actually going to filter on through. And control of office. Spawn's coming out now for the side of Vegas Legion. Major Maniac in a good position as well. So I'll rotate back towards the back now. Clayster is ready and waiting though after the push over into top office, but still control here for the side of the Florida Mutineers. Vegas Legion, it's a bit of a split across the board actually, because Clayster pushing towards the back, that's spawning Mutineers out, but with Vegas Legion still spawning towards the tennis courts as well, it creates a little bit of chaos. Can Brack revel in that chaos now? Finds one at the Clayster, cannot find anything else. It's a chaotic break from the side of Vegas Legion. Havoc trying to say something about it here though.
Fight this one back into it. They know only one player is left, but that player is going to be Temp. Reinforcements from the Legion flying in, but so's Major Maniac. Gets absolutely eviscerated. And now we are going for the rotation. You can already see on the minimap there, Clace is headed off, and he's going to find Havoc. Who comes out on top? I think they've missed each other. A little bit of COD timing coming down.
Fight around this outside. Get all of that kitchen spawn can be important. Maybe one more player kicking in and around it. That's going to be TJ. Just waiting on the outside, waiting for the rest of his team to get up. But here come the rest of the Mutineers. Vehicle with it first on the chopping block, and Brack will be the second. Fantastic work by Legion, and it's a pretty extensive lead now, has to be said, but things can be brought back very quickly on Embassy. This moment in time, though, Vegas Legion well and truly in the driving seat here.
They're trying to hold it out the back here, but comes out of ADS, and that's going to put a bit of a problem in. TJ just trying to get that pre-fire down with no health. Probably they're going to jump into it as well, but he will be gunned. And Trade's flying fast and furious here as both teams fly everything at it, but it will be Temp again on a 3 streak now. Locks down this last little bit of time, and both teams now repositioning, ready for that P1 to P2 flip.
P2 control in the hands of the Florida Mutineers for now. Just looking at it though, it just feels like Vegas Legion are the ones finding the kills at the right moments. They managed to find the breaks through. It was all kind of TJ heading over towards Kitchen when the hold on the outside waited for the rest of his team to get into a position to break with him. And it's an extensive lead of about 90 points. The side of the Florida Mutineers, things looking a little bit rusty so far. Let's pay attention to it throughout. See which way, why things are going wrong for them. Because right now, though, every single gunfight, it just feels like Vegas Legion have that slight edge.
Well, an edge they do have in this map, but let's find out how they are feeling in the comms. With the Vegas, listen in.
Top left, top bath, window, top bath, absolute.
By the way.
Top left, look at low, window.
Okay, I'm looking low. I'm gas ready, boys. Nothing gas on me.
Yo, top right window now, one bottom red, Havoc. Bottom red, Havoc, you can flank gas.
Gas,
There's two there, guys.
I'm taking the fucking route. I'm going around the back.
They're gonna be spawning under. He's back trucking me, back truck. Don't not be down.
Yep, on that truck.
Tom got me. Tom, laying down backside Tom. Laying down backside Tom.
Truck weak.
Trophy
that, name back dubs.
Yo, one is mid cube. One is mid cube. Going
one shot back dubs. One shot still?
One shot dubs. Low back. He's low back. You're dead, Don. Nothing on you.
Super weak, I think.
I have a precision armor user here. Back all the way dead,
bro.
And one spawned outside.
He's wide.
One is signed. One is signed. Last one signed.
Well, the Legion are leaving the Mutineers in the dust at the moment, but maybe a bit of miscommunication as clicked against TJ. But speaking of communication, let's find out how the Florida Mutineers are feeling with their very own. Listen in.
Alright, they're spawning flowers. Someone's got Xbox. Someone's got
Xbox.
Already might spawn orange.
I can't spawn flowers. They spawn flowers. I saw them spawn.
I'm coming, Mike. Here's me, Hardson. I'm gonna flank this.
Okay, go for it. I'm gonna come over here.
I can flank office.
Behind the AC.
I'm challenging AC. I'm standing over them. AC dead. I'm flanking office. I'm flanking office. Try to stay down. Office for you. Orange.
They could be going to flowers.
That is flowers. I blocked spawning gas then. That's 4 dead.
Okay, I'm one shot now, Mike.
I'll get an orange for you.
I'll get your ladder, boys. I'll go your ladder.
I have your orange.
Yeah, I'm shooting my bridge.
One's office on me. Quiet.
I'm orange.
Got him office.
I go your. I still have your ladder.
60. We're back in the game. Come on. Orange got me.
One sign. Sign 2 flowers dead.
Orange, right side. No, one more trees in orange. Nice. Let's got trees. Orange. One hit back out. One hit orange back out. I'm trying to go new.
I think flowers. Flowers. Orange. No weak. Carson.
I have a new. Let's see orange.
Orange dead.
New dead. Flowers. One more new.
Okay, last new.
I'm doing the
The Mutineers are spitting in the comms, and speaking of which, Brack is doing the exact same thing. 6th streak for him. It is a clawback of every single point they've lost so far. They bring it within a tiny distance, but this rotation could be everything.
And again, for the side of Vegas Legion, you cannot let the ladder push come in. It's such an easy thing to watch. And in that scenario, well played from Major Maniac. He's the one that finds the break, but I mean, that might be just a glimmer of hope that's been given to the side of Florida Mutineers. It's another 2 kills for Brack, though. That might just give them a little bit more purchase as the push comes through to office. Here comes the bait and switch. One player around the outside waiting. That's going to be Proloot. This plays this absolutely wonderfully. Kind of baited his teammates out in a certain kind of way, but just staying alive in and around the hard point and helping his team coming in back in the spawns. Proloot putting more kills down. That's 4 in a row for him now. The push from the side from the Florida Mutineers not going to work out. Make it 5. Is it going to be 6 for Proloot? TJ there to help them clean that one up, but nonetheless, a great hold from Vegas Legion. Florida Mutineers now. It's going to be 40 points for the Vegas Legion. Still a solid 90 away from the win for Florida. They need a good hold here at Kitchen.
Keeps going, gets out with a knife. You're not going to win the gunfight with that out. And now the rotation. This is always a little bit of a blitz here as we go into the kitchen. Both teams will usually throw a lot of bodies at this point once they get close. At the moment, though, the Mutineers have pushed this map out significantly. They do have a bit of breathing room.
Curious on the setup. Typically when it does come down to things, having somebody in and around orange is a good sign for holding down towards kitchen. Temp though will deal with Brack, and he's going the upper route here. They're going to try and break the spawns over towards the back kitchen. Keep an eye on where Florida are spawning all the way back towards car park. If you have Florida in the hill, you have to stay alive. Vehicle Major Maniac, good job so far. There's 2 kills. 10 pushing around the side. Havoc coming in off the respawn. There's a bit of a pinch set up automatically. It's now a 10-point lead.
This is great from Mutineers. They have fought back every single step of the way. Vehicle. And they are going to take the lead off of this. Maybe one last chow coming through. Vehicle trying to hold it off, but that is a 2 chow, and they have lost it. Legion will hold on for the smallest of margins. But we go back to P1 and a potential P2 finish.
In P1, we have seen teams picking up a decent amount of time here. If you can get the top catwalk locked in, well, I mean, it's going to be a problem when you've got a missile coming on your head, though. Here we go. Brack sending this one through. There is Temp straight back to the respawn queue. That's going to be a lot harder now for Vegas Legion to lock in some time. And it is Florida Mutineers with the respawn over towards P2.
Havoc just trying to lay down so they can't get it, but TJ's going to say, all right, thank you very much, but the trade comes in once again. P1 is not really giving anybody any strength of time. Neither team can win it there either. So they are both going to be thinking about this rotation. Who can get it? Who can get in the right position? Mutineers at the moment have more bodies up, but they don't want to give away all of this time by the look of it.
They don't want to give away the spawns here either. Actually still towards the back, but keep an eye on Clayster. He's in a good position to maybe disrupt this. You can see the spawn out coming in over towards the court side, so they know that Clayster's pushing behind. You've got to win the gunfights though. It's Major Maniac towards the back. It's office spawn for Florida Mutineers. Vegas Legion 10 away. Mutineers could still win here over towards P2.
That kill from Clay may have been just enough to open this up for them. There's got to be points coming in. The Mutineers have to push. Brackets too. TJ coming for a second as well, and Clayster gets a third. They're jumping straight on the point. Major Maniac guns him down, but he's the last player there. They just have to get into it. Major has to jump in, and Temp guns him down as well. And the Legion take the hard point. Mutineers fought back over and over again, but they were just too far behind. And
it's a clutch up. It was kind of needed. It was such a strange game. It just felt like Vegas Legion were always in control. Florida Mutineers come screaming back in. I feel like we're going to see that a lot on Embassy. 60s are not the easiest thing in the world to come by, but you string a couple of hills together and all of a sudden things can turn around. How many times have we seen it get to AC, and that's where things can change? Florida Mutineers was so far behind, they brought it back, but close, no cigar, I should say. I'm tired. It's getting late, pricey already. But
I'll be honest with you,
I think there was still signs of life there from the side of Florida Mutineers, but Vegas Legion did well to close it out.
Yeah, 100%. And I also think, that play from Clay towards the back, what it actually did was open up the car park for Legion to basically just kind of swoop in. And from that point, they got a lot of kills. Huge amount of slaying going on from them as well. It was close towards the end until Major come back into it. We always spoke about Vehicle. There was a lot of kind of chaining together of those points, but hey, a little bit of ice there from the Legion in the end, and they walk away with that first map point.
Yeah, a little bit of ice. Very even kills across the TJ finds you pretty much in this exact same spot, if anything. So he must be pushing through bottom office and just kind of playing around that area with all the cuts there and trying his best to sort of cause havoc in those areas. We'll probably see it towards the end there as well, but Temp picking up 3 over towards kitchen at this stage. It was just looking like a very, very comfortable game for the side of Vegas Legion, but it turned into anything but in the end. Havoc and Co just breaking over towards AC. I wonder if we'll get to see it at this moment in time. This is the second time around. It's P2 for TJ. That's when he's getting the job done. This is where Brock popped off, headed over towards P3. But yeah, TJ had a game.
I mean, TJ was giving them the hand so much they took away his arms in his profile picture. Like, that's it. It's just insane. Trying to nerf my boy, but yeah, real good play from him. There was some question marks coming into the season. At the moment, that question has certainly been answered. He looked good when we saw him in scrims, actually. We did watch some of the Vegas Legion before the season started, and he seems to be enjoying this game.
Yep, enjoying himself on this Vegas Legion roster. I said I don't feel like it's, surprising to see them come out with that win. I think, as said, the majority of the game, they looked a lot more comfortable than the scoreline will maybe allow you to admit. But, up against Thieves, they didn't look too bad. I think, we talked about the break that we see in Omicron. A hard point that came through from Thieves is one of the best. We may well get to see some sort of breaks if we do get to see a map number 4. The Vegas Legion, I think, I spoke about it on Twitter. This is an important game because both these two teams have got very, very difficult lineups and schedules when it comes down to it. And this, for both two teams, is arguably on paper their easiest game. So this is one that you must go on and do well in. If you're the Florida Mutineers, that's a disappointing loss, but they're definitely starting to warm into the game a little bit more. Let's see if they can continue that in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, well, obviously, we do see an awful lot of, I'll say, well-rehearsed setups from Vegas Legion yesterday. And I think moving forward, that's where they could potentially really start making a name for themselves. But, you know, before this, we did speak about Major Maniac, and his teams usually are very good at S&D as well. This is the crazy thing about the start of the season. We're all just benchmarking. We're all just trying to figure out exactly what each team has in the tank. We all know there's been some surprises already in the CDL over the last couple of days, and who knows what's coming next.
Well, that's it. I think you never really know. I mean, look, last year I think the prime example, we headed into the first online game, and then it was coming down to it saying, oh yeah, London are the worst team. They came out and actually smoked at the time the Florida Mutineers, like, really quite badly. So I think that kind of situation is one of those where it's always easy to say based off scrims, but you can only do so much for your predictions based off scrims. We've seen some good performances from Vegas Legion over the past month when we have seen their scrims, as we said, and it kind of has translated into what you would expect in terms of their level. But it's hard to say. It really is difficult to say. But the Florida Mutineers, they don't look too stressed about the situation right now. 1-0 down. Search and Destroy coming up. Let's mix it up and see how they do. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the rest of the series does go down, because the Florida Mutineers definitely had their moments there, and it could have been in a bit of a better situation if it wasn't for clear around the back and because of all the initial time that Vegas Legion got. Again, that's me, number 2. To do with Vegas Legion's game, so I feel like we need to do it on an average level of how many. I think Florida Mutineers had their moments there. Let's see if they can change things around when it comes to the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a fight back for them as well. Like I said, the kind of general feeling about this roster wasn't as high as some of the others, and especially with things like Big Wake now doing so well on that Boston team, there are going to be some questions asked towards the end. But also on the other side, Vegas Legion, yesterday they didn't really have any pressure. We said that you're playing LA Thieves. Nobody really expects you to win it, and we thought they made some mistakes around the map. They even went on social media afterwards and said, hey, we think we've made a lot of mistakes in various places here. That's something we can real testing ground for them. This is a game they should win. 10 points still on the line. The race to the start, the race to the end of the season has already begun. We know last year how many teams missed out by 10 or 20 points. You don't want to give them away here if you don't have to.
No, absolutely, you don't want to give them away. And yeah, I think realistically, a lot of people would have had Vegas coming into this one. But as I said, for both these two teams, in terms of their schedule, before we head over towards Major 1, you want to be giving yourself that best position possible in terms of the seeding, etc. In terms of, obviously, your CDL points towards the end of the year. This is pretty much both of these two teams' easiest game on paper so far anyway. So, look, I think there's still potential for this Vegas Legion squad specifically. Of course, we've seen them play Thieves yesterday, so that was maybe one that's a little bit more difficult to put a marker on. Like, Thieves looked really, really good. Vegas Legion, I said, had their moments. So can they continue? I think what would be good for the Vegas Legion here is a comfortable win against Florida. I think statement for themselves out there to sort of say, yeah, look, these are the teams that we expected to compete with. We're doing well against them, and that's a good enough start to maybe give us that indication.
Yeah, and I also want to talk a little bit about Clayster. It's really easy to talk about Clayster, one of the greatest of all times, but obviously last year had to sit out probably the most kind of pro-level game. I'm very curious about what his headspace is. Obviously, he still loves this, and he still wants to compete and watch. And he must be just, so hungry right now. Really, really wanting to put on a very good show everybody he still has it. He's been talking about it in the weeks coming up to this, oldest in the league and all that kind of stigma that comes with it. To see him come into this, I mean, we've made jokes, right? Throw him to the wolves, he'll come back leading the Legion, that sort of thing. And we'll see how he does now.
Look, it's a change of mentality, though, isn't it? I mean, Clayster has always, as far as I can at least remember, been one of those players fighting for championships. Every single event he's at, every single game he's in, he has the chance to win it. maybe it's a slight shift in mentality, and I don't think that's any... I'm trying not to have too much disrespect towards the Vegas Legion, but I don't know if they're that team yet. And it's about building that squad up once again to try and put them in that position. We've seen some glimpses of what they could potentially bring to the table. Their S&D game yesterday.
Have it looking for this one. Up top, and that is a spot that people will certainly start using already. It's a collapse. The Legion already just lose.
Is something I personally haven't seen yet. Havoc with the little jump up. Not a lot of people out, but a lot of aggression coming through from both two teams, and that's something typically we will see quite a lot when it comes down to Mikado Search and Destroy. The pre-nades coming over. If you can escape them, sometimes you may end up getting into these gunfights a little bit tagged up. Vico finding the kill there towards the end. Well played. Florida Mutineers trying to bounce back as quickly as they possibly can. Brock with a sniper. We did see the big boomstick get used in the previous round. And then kill with it. A little bit of an alternative push here from the side of Mutineers through the mid-map.
Absolutely not. He's in the side swipe. Not going to go through. And Vico is just throwing bullets down to try and stay alive. Reinforcements for the Mutineers coming in as well. A 3 versus 3. And they're just being very, very careful about it. They know they don't have control of this site yet.
Oh, okay, Brack. Just peeking the angle, and all of a sudden that really does open things up for the side of Florida Mutineers. Major Maniac ready and waiting. It's always a hard gunfight for Temp. Clayster now will be pushing from the side that you would probably expect if you're Florida Mutineers. There's the Charl. There's another round. 2-0 now.
Well, they are locking this down at the moment. The Legion don't really have an answer. Maybe, and not get caught. It does seem like Mutineers have some strategies that are working out, playing around that sniper. It does put them ahead here, which is a big regain for them. 2-0 currently on the S&D, but 1-0 down in the series. So do Legion try and change it up here? Do they worry about that S&D play coming in? Looks like a pretty standard hit from them again, straight down the back alley towards A.
All probably will trade though. It's a 1-for-1, 3 versus 3. That sounds coming in. Stun going out. Proloop in trouble, but does have some cover. TJ with the first to drop. Does he know that Proloop is there as well? Yes, he does. Shots are in. Havoc just about surviving and finding a third. Looking for the ace now with Temp alive and kicking. Still, he's stunned up. He's in trouble.
Yeah, they've got him. They've got him. Havoc says thank you very much. This house is all mine. I know the tricks, I know the tips, and I know every inch of this place. They just cut them the ribbons.
I believe that was the ace. Coming in from Havoc. That's going to be a nice feeling. Finds one for the entry. One bottom of the stairs, one round behind the bar in the final kill down alley. Vegas Legion really struggling to deal with the control around this site. Not too sure if it's time for a possible change up, but while Florida Mutineers, for all that they've had success, say, well, let's just change it up ourselves. It's going to be down to Clayster to slow them down here.
Wow. Clayster will be the man that has to call this one out. Good to see one. He's just trying to just get anybody he can. Puts bullets into every single player. But none of them go down. Reinforcements from them coming in now, but Havoc already gets one. Clayster does eventually get that trade. And now he's waiting oh so patiently. Who wins this next gunfight?
Bob's in the position though. That can be moved over towards the site. But keep an eye on number 8. If you're Florida Mutineers, you're just trying to stay alive here. Brack on his way round. Oh, the bad timing, TJ. Well, even the odds, 2 versus 2.
Both teams just slowing this down here, but Vico is going to make a move. Looking to see if he can get this plant down. Is he going to be checked? It might be a difficult get out here, because as soon as it goes down, they're going to check it. No, he's actually going to push it, and Vico does get the kill straight off the bomb as well. TJ left alone in a 1 versus 2. The stun comes in. He's in so much trouble as the nade comes around as well. Not only do they now know where he is, but he has to go through a choke point. Somehow manages to get through just enough. Vico's going to call that one out. He has to shoot 2 different directions, and the Mutineers lock it up.
Search and destroy looking almost flawless from the Mutineers now. And I honestly just love the patience for the play for Brack to come around from behind. They kind of time it wonderfully, but then he gets terrible timing as he pushes through to Dark. It's an unfortunate gunfight, doesn't go his way, but it does not matter in the end. Clayster, I want to say maybe 3 bullets from finding 3 kills. Everybody tagged, everybody weak, but not quite able to finish any one of his 3 courses that was presented to him. Here we go though, Paris, Vegas, second time's the charm. Shots coming in. Clayster will find one. TJ another. 4 versus 2.
Havoc is going to be inside though. He was a problem last time, and this time Product will shut him down. Brack is waiting for anything, but gets caught as well. Not a single kill for Florida there. Vegas made a bit of a difference and have managed to get a point on the board. A long way back still.
First blood's very influential there. And once you get control of the cantina, it's so difficult to get it back. If you are the defensive side, you can sort of watch the bomb site from in and around the plant pots, but it's still difficult because it's wide open for a peek from top cantina. It's so difficult. But heading in to round number 6, it's still Florida Mutineers in the commanding position. Temp yet to find a kill on the board. Big air hit coming in.
They've got a lot of nades going down, and they are struggling. You can already see Vegas are going aggressive. They're trying to change this one. Unfortunately, Vehicle already gets that first blood. Prelude now doesn't really have anybody to trade for him. Might have to back up. Doesn't want to give away map control, but doesn't have too many options available to him.
Clayster's the one that can flex around if he needs to. Prelude will find 2 though. My goodness, how's he got away with that? Major Maniac feels like he has to trade, and Clayster's got some horrible time in the mid-map. Brack will find him. It's all of a sudden not 1 versus 1 against Temp.
Temp hasn't had the hottest of S&D so far. And now they will find each other in this building at some point. COD timing may be the difference. I think Temp may have heard him. Now he's waiting for it. Neither of these 2 players have full information about where the other might be. Temp's wondering, did he go B maybe?
Brack playing this one nice and slow, but Temp time is very much on his side. Brack knows he needs to plant. Temp will lie in wait, and here we go. It's the easiest check possible for Brack. He's right it completely. Oh my goodness me. Temp's... Oh.
Brack must have heard him.
He must have heard him.
Could have been disastrous, but they get away with it. Another point for Vegas Legion. It's getting a little bit more tense. I thought it was going to be a bit of a blowout, but they're fighting back.
Temp finding these first 2 gets win for in mid. Yeah, Clayster's got this free.
Depends how this rotate goes. Already going for it. They know there's going to be a little bit of trouble for it. TJ goes straight down, but it will be traded. Probably stunned as well. Nays just ricocheting everywhere, and he's going to end up getting it. Oh, but there's Temp! Temp looking for it. It gets the second one as well, and it's now down on the Havoc. A 1 versus 2. Oh, the timing. Havoc finds Temp. It's now Clayster left alone in a 1 versus 1, and Havoc is sprinting as fast as he can. Trying to catch this one as well, and the timing on Clay might be perfect. Oh my goodness, slowly but surely Clayster has crept out of his vision.
And Havoc had popped Daddy there to get himself round, and I think Clayster, he might have seen the back end of his booty going around the corner, but that's about it. Havoc doesn't quite see him, and all of a sudden Clayster is in a better position, but Havoc, is he going to hold?
Clayster is crawling around. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's going to see him. Clayster's going to go for the bomb here. Is he going to check in the left? No, it goes straight over. Did Havoc see it? Havoc did see it. He did, and there it is. The noise gets heard by Clayster, but it's not going to be enough.
And that's big plays from Havoc. Gets the timing on the player on the bomb site initially, and finds the route round using the dead silence to get himself in a fantastic position. It's another round for the Florida Mutineers. Looking so strong in search and destroy here. Place they'll be disappointed about that one. A really good map number 1 from himself, finding themselves quite far behind the search and destroy. 5-2 Florida Mutineers. It's no chance to close this one out. Get a few goes at it.
Havoc this time catches him, and it may all be over on this S&D. It's already 3 go down. Clayster will have to clutch, but doesn't even get an opportunity. Gets ripped to bits as soon as he goes mid. Jumps straight into a sniper scope.
That was a smoke show. Florida Mutineers, all the way through for every single round, felt like they were in the most advantageous position. But for the side of Legion, it felt very sloppy at times. I want to say there was so many kills that, I mean, even in that last round, there's nobody watching mid. It's a free push from Havoc. He pushes all the way through. It's the easiest of kills in the easiest of rounds that coming through. A 10 and 5 from him. First Blood's, well, shared completely. The 8 rounds that we had, 4 go towards each team. Florida Mutineers find those clutch situations whilst they need to find them, and fantastic work from Mutineers, and specifically from Havoc. That ace that he found, those opening kills that he finds for the most of them on his team. Fantastic work from him.
Yeah, they weren't really able to deal with basically Havoc just moving around them, and the clutch scenarios didn't really go their way either. Just a very, very simple S&D there for Florida Mutineers. They basically had it in the bag.
Yeah, really, really solid. And I think that's all set to precedent. You know, their S&D game is something they've clearly worked on. A very strong team at that one. You always expect it with Havoc in that squad for the S&D to be strong. But for the side of Vegas Legion, now they have to bounce back. Control coming up. We haven't seen it in LSE from either one of these two teams, obviously. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in map number 3.
It certainly will. Well, all that and more coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 Team Pack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You join us in a game between Vegas Legion and the Florida Mutineers, currently tied up 1 apiece. Hard point for the Legion, S&D for the Mutineers. And speaking of S&D, Havoc was a monster on that last one. Not only was he just controlling everything he needed to, but that big brain play around, but with Clay, popped the Deddy, went for the wrap, and just waited him out.
Yeah, 1v2 and Ace in there as well. Havoc absolutely taking over on the search and destroy. Fantastic work by the Florida Mutineers. Honestly, throughout, it just seemed like they were in control. Legion may well have been trolling on occasions as well. Like, there was just a few moments here and there that you would like to see some rounds go back their way. That 1v2 is definitely one they'll look back on, and all of a sudden, instead of 6-2, it's 5-3, and that's much more of an achievable game. But Major Maniac, game number 1. Overall in this series, I should say a 1.42. Need to continue that kind of form if they want to have a chance here heading into the control. Because when it came down to hard point, definitely the side of the Vegas Legion looking a lot stronger. Potential comeback was on the cards, but control, a very different story. So now we head into it once again. Who's going to take a lead in this series heading into map number 4?
Well, I don't think a lot of people are very positive around Legion on control. We'll have to see if anything's got better for them. No, Trey's going down as well. Clay's not able to get the second one there. Vehicle does manage to get it. I think those players are going to be around him already, trying to just stop that time. Get this first tick through. Has enough reinforcements to make it happen.
I've been kicking here as well. Trophy about to come up. Good position to be in with it. Stay alive these next couple of gunfights, that would be good. Brack does have the cover. Temp is still in and around. Up top, lockers. Clear, so that's a big grenade. Brack is still alive and kicking, but they're going to find the kills. Regal with another couple. And that is it gone. And that was fast, Pricey. They've got a full 2 minutes to try and get a hold of B. And a 5 life advantage as well.
Yeah, well, I did say before this, Legion weren't exactly the favorite in the control. But getting A and getting B is a very different story. They still have the opportunity to take this round. They just have to hold on.
Just looking, yeah, by the way, it's just so spread out.
Makes the first move, trying to hold this one at Dale. Havoc gets a kill. Temp gets one back though, and it does mean Mutineers are stalling a little bit here. They want to get some more bodies up, make it a little bit chaotic, try and push them back, but at the moment they are not doing it.
You don't need to necessarily be too quick about things here if you're the side of Mutineers, but you really do need to get some mid-map control. Rollers has really slipped the net all too easily there. You know, there's some players inside a group, but now Prolud's in a bit of a sticky position. They know he's here. They could do with clear him out before they start making this push forward, but they've cleared out the middle of the map, so they want to push forward. If they can find this kill at Prolud, that would be absolutely massive. Staying alive is just paramount for him, and he's done so well to find a kill into Fecal. So Prolud's doing a good job of staying alive towards the back. The rest of the team can then clear up towards the front. Fantastic job so far by the Vegas Legion.
Yeah, they are playing this so well. I said Florida seem to be a little bit hesitant. They don't really want to up the tempo of this control, and Slow and Steady can win the race, and maybe a wrap round here could be the difference. Keep an eye on Temp. Havoc's there. Major Maniac is there. One of them is going to push out. Those fights are going on at the moment. Legion still have complete control.
It's about the players in the right position, staying alive at the right times, and well, that was none of the above. Temp now has to find something. A couple of kills would be beautiful. Finds absolutely nothing, and all of a sudden, if you're Legion, you're in Narnia, you're sprinting out of the cupboard, and you're just trying to get anywhere near the point. That is went so fast. See you later. Into round 2 we go.
Oh wow, we said they were slow. But sometimes slow is smooth, and smooth is always fast. Unbelievable. The 4 stack. They get the wipe. They all jump on. Trophies come flying out, and that's it. It's done before they can get back in.
And because they find those kills halfway up the map, it makes it so much easier just to stack that point. You find the kills, you move forward, you jump on it. As soon as Temp was dealt with, that's 4 down. You're all screaming at each other. You know where they're spawning, and it is so far away. tough break for the Vegas Legion because honestly, after losing A so quickly, they defended B really well, but 1-4 dead. And it can be game over and control right here with 60 in HP will go down, and it's going to be Vegas Legion now making their push over towards A.
At the moment, Legion aren't really finding anything. They're getting to mid-map control. Brack trying to see if he can catch anybody off the respawn. Not at the moment. He knows nobody will be here. Might wrap round, but now Clace is going to go down as well. Major Maniac's behind them. TJ's got to look several different directions. He knows where these players are going to be. Down he goes. Major Maniac gets out at the same time. The Legion not looking as cohesive.
I think that was a desperation play coming in from Beagle to maybe just try and do something over towards A. Job is done though for the side of Legion. 1 minute and 50 seconds to make a push over towards B. Can they find something themselves after towards the end of that round, at least anyway? Perlut now trying to make some noise, trying to find something towards the backside. Major Maniac, though, you can see himself all the way over towards green. He's going to have a little bit of extra company here. If you can find the kill at the temp as well, that's going to really slow things down. Having a look in your mini-map, there's going to be Temp who wins the gunfight and then gets traded once again. Major Maniac doing well. Both two teams kind of just spread all over the place here, looking to find anything they can to give themselves an opening. Right now, it's looking more like Florida Mutineers' defense is going to hold strong.
Closer, looking to see if he can catch anybody. Does find Vehicle as well. Now going back to the site. Waiting for reinforcements, waiting for these kills to come through. He's in a very dangerous position. Teammates coming around. That's a big gunfight. Tem ends up winning it, gets away with his life as well. And now the Legion are moving on to B. They have the numbers here. Look at they cut off the respawn. It's going to be a fight, but it's Knife versus Gun, and it doesn't work out for them. Havoc cuts down Temp. And Clayster has to try and plug the hole that's been left.
We've got to go here. That tick is coming in.
Oh, they left the second tick.
Oh, yeah, down this defensive round. Let's give them an opening to get back inside the point now. And you can see Major Maniac pushed up, dies though, as does Havoc. And now all of a sudden, Vegas Legion can push another point once more.
TJ on that box that Cammy was yesterday. Very, very difficult kill. And there's so many guns against him. Brack desperately trying to get that one as well. But Legion will walk away with it. Both offenses won so far here in this control. It's tied up at 1-1 again. And Legion look comfortable.
I don't know. It just always feels like you have to overextend with a defensive player to try. As soon as you lose that gunfight, you have no presence in the map. It almost feels like you need to kind of do that with everybody. You need to get mid-map control with everybody and kind of just cut off the head of the snake, so to speak, and then retreat back. Because it feels like, especially if these two teams are sending somebody forward, and then all of a sudden, as soon as they die, there's no plan B. There's none. This moment in time, though, plan A for the side of Florida Mutineers is going to have to be get out your spawn, because Vegas Legion have found those kills, and they are all pushed up halfway through the mid-map.
Wow, they are really just laying it onto them at the moment. They want to try and get a little bit of a spawn trap going, but it's not going to happen for them. No, they're just A is slowly but surely ticking towards them now. There is advantage to Legion if they can close this properly, but it's not easy to do.
Oh, well played from Perlut. Sniffs Havoc out. They're starting to come in for Legion once more. Mutineers not done and dusted in this round just yet. The advantage that they did have after that first round completely negated by the fact that Legion do it straight back to them. Beagle, though, does well, finds two. Temp in a position to maybe help his teammates out here. But again, just being a nuisance, that's probably one of the most underrated, I want to say, roles that some players do play when it does come down to control. Being a nuisance, being a pest, being a pain in the ass, Brassy. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, Temp was on a streak there at the time. Just trying to get as many kills as possible. Give them every opportunity to shut down this attack by Florida, who are now looking for it. Brack already looking if he can keep this door open for his teammates, but TJ's all the way in their spawn. There are a lot of things Florida have to do before this goes well for them. First of all, take down Temp.
Fight very, very wide. So you're all sort of sitting back, waiting for the push to come. Through the mid-map, 2 players starting to make their move. Playing the route, finding the flanks, finding the kill as well. Working out the way for his teammates to deal with that as Clayster will fall. But again, good map control this time around from Vegas Legion. They've committed more men to it, and they have a healthy life lead as well.
You know what? I don't hate this. You know, Temp is always going to try and sniff out a kill on any single map, so letting him go a bit rogue, run around, be a nuisance, and just slay and do what he does best can work out for them. But 20 seconds left already. There's 3 down. Florida may have found something in the dying seconds. Probably managed to get 1 back here. Not a 4-stack coming in. They're not going to be able to do it again. At this time, the Vegas Legion are sprinting across this map. They want to be in the right position. Scared of a stack. Prolute with a huge...
Florida Mutineers.
One more. There's only 2 Legion players holding.
He turns the corner at the right time. He's got a couple of very free kills. There's 1, 2. We're jumping in. The rest of the Mutineers are now shoving up. They need to lock this in, though. They can't get caught sprinting.
It all looked so good for the Legion. And enter Havoc. They need a regain. I thought they just lost so many players. Still have a life advantage, but the time will be the difference here.
Florida Mutineers playing this player who pushes up just a little bit more cutely now. They're losing the gunfights in around the point. This is a little bit of a stack here. Cracker will find 1, find 2. But as Clayster, it's all the way back there. It's always going to be an issue. If you're Beagle, you got to find a corner. You got to hide.
Havoc had got him. It would have been one of the most disgusting turns on we've seen on Modern Warfare 2, but it isn't to be. Legion have somehow found defeat from what could have been the jaws of victory. Last chance, last roll of the dice. Legion have to go here on the control. They've got 2 down. There are still players watching. 4.3 seconds left. Prolute jumps in, but he gets gunned by Havoc. The rest of the team are flying in as well. Legion are on. 1.8 seconds left to go.
Clears 1 out. If you clear stage, you're holding time, getting the point. Somebody from Mutineers get in.
What is this control? It's a little bit messy. It's very sloppy, but it is incredibly entertaining. There are gaps in the game plan from both sides. And we go to a round 5. And I think it's based on kills, right? Now everybody's got 6 ticks.
I don't know anymore.
Oh, it's gone so well and so wrong so many times.
I mean, I'd argue at this stage, you know, the team with the supposed advantage would be given defense, but I mean, we haven't seen 1v1 yet. It's Legion with defense, so technically it's their game to lose, but honestly, I don't really know, Bryce. Just don't know what to say.
At the moment, you can see at this point, Legion have defense. Players flying in here, but Clayster is going to eventually find 1. Could have been a bit of a whiff, but manages to hold it down strong. Prolu just giving some love taps to Major Maniac. I don't know how he didn't get that kill.
Yeah, he seems to have fallen pretty early on. Every single round, and that will ring true here in round number 5 as well. That's not coming here for the side of Vegas Legion, but honestly, I kind of said it at the beginning of the 4th round. We'll probably not see a great deal until the final 10 seconds, and then, you know, somebody will just decide they find 4 down, and all of a sudden the game will be lost. So hold on to your hats. We've got another minute and 55 seconds of this. And it's being chaotic to say the least. Brack Vehicle will find 2. A little bit of progress, not a lot of map control. For the side of Vegas Legion on the defensive side.
That's exactly the gap they're waiting for, and Vehicle and Havoc gets it for 10 man to get 1 back. Has to lock this one down just a little bit more. The kills staying alive so much. Temp eventually does get him, and Temp is the difference maker. 3 here he's found to shut down Florida, and that's the 4th. All 4 for Temp. He rebuffs the push from Florida.
Phenomenal stuff. Florida still with a slight kill lead. Keep an eye on Havoc, number 6 on the minimap. Finds 1 kill over towards Locker's side, and will now start making a push to try and help freeze teammates from constraints that Vegas Legion have set up. This next kill will be big. TJ sitting in the corner next to the point. Just ready to move into action. Temp's going to give him the go-to. TJ will get taken down, though, as Temp now goes for the chance to make that number 6. Streak available. That's going to help out the side of Vegas Legion. And he'll want a little bit more here as well, Bryce.
Temp is gunning. He's the person just holding off Florida. He's going to go down here. TJ looking for the player. Has managed to get it. Stays alive as well. That is the second tick in. Florida are trying to do this once again. Every single player disappearing inside. It has bought them a shred of time, Ton.
It's bought them enough time, though. That's the point. You get back inside. If you're the Florida Mutineers, it gives the time for Vegas Legion to get themselves in a better defensive spot. 30 seconds. I don't think the lives are going to come into it, but look at Temp. It's a long route, but he's going to have to get there. The rest of his team just need to stay alive here.
Here comes Temp, finds one. Huge play from him. Decides to go all the way around, looking for a second kill. Not able to get it. Major Maniac, Vic, how they all get kills. One player left, it's Clayster. He has to be the major player here for them and doesn't get the 2-piece. Prologue on it, he's managed to get that one as well. One player left on it, and Havoc's just going to lay down. He dives, and that will be who it is. They take the control. Another dying second play. Every offense won. Watches that control.
I'm a nightmares. What on earth is going on? The defensive holds are just non-existent. It feels like you do everything. Both teams did everything right in each single round for about 95% of it. But you can't switch off. You cannot switch off. You see players like that towards the end where Temp makes that route round, but you bank so much on the rest of your team staying alive. He finds one, but then the rest of his team aren't in a position to help him. They don't find the kills, and all of a sudden, you just need to not go 4 or 3 down at the same time every time.
Well, we're going to watch that last 30 seconds again and try to break it down for you. We were waiting on Temp. And he does find one, but the rest of his team don't. The gun that's only Clayster who could do anything. Completely cleared out. And there were just so many players against him. We thought maybe Prolo could do something, but the time's ticking away. You have to get into this choke point. Havoc had the positioning. And the Vegas Legion find themselves now down 2-1 in this series after leading.
I don't know. I think it's back to the drawing board, probably for both teams. So on the map in particular, I would say Alasilo Control maybe is one to pick against either one of these squads if you're one of the other teams. That was interesting to say the least. We'll maybe put that one in the back of our minds, mostly for our own mental health as we head into map number 4. But what a crazy game. What a crazy. At least it was hellishly entertaining, if maybe not hellishly frustrating all the way through it. But nonetheless, it will be a Vegas Legion lost, and somehow Florida Mutineers have found themselves in the league here. Very, very good Search and Destroy performance out of them, you have to say. A comfortable win for the side of Legion in map number 1, but that control is something that I think a lot of people would be looking to and go, I just don't actually know what's going on. Crazy.
I'll tell you something.
Pricey.
I'll say always entertaining. I think we can say, regardless of what's happening, always entertaining. And the map was just a highlight fest, and here are just some of them. All the way through, this game could have gone either direction. The truth was the momentum back and forth, back and forth. We thought teams would lose the round. We thought they wouldn't get the point. Then they did. And a 4 down and a 3 down and a 1 down. And it has been breathtaking and a roller coaster and kind of insanity. But neither team looked solid.
Well, they did, though, in fairness. That's what I was saying. That's what was frustrating me the majority of the way through. It felt like, for the most, they were defending relatively well. So there wasn't too much of an extension there. It always felt like there was just one player pushed up, or everybody else would kind of sort of sit tight towards the back tin building, towards that B side defensively. And then kind of just let the press come. And the problem is when that happens is if you all die in and around the point, you don't win a gunfight, there's 3 players on the attacking team very close to the point. They can stack it, that's it. You're in trouble because of how far away you spawn. You need to be almost dying in a better spot. If you're going to die, don't die on the point. You need to be further pushed up to just prevent them from being able to jump on, and then all of a sudden you're immediately in trouble. yeah, that's one that both teams are going to have to go back to the drawing board. They'll be listening to me commentate this one back and just be like, wow, it's slaughtering them. But I think it's fair, though. Like, both teams did not defend well. And as we said towards the end, the supposed advantage is to have the defensive round, and that was proven to be otherwise for both these two teams, at least anyway.
Yeah, there are certainly lessons to be learned and VOD to be watched. That's what I'm going to take away from that control. They're going to try and figure out where the problems are and if they can do a little bit better next time around, because control is done and dusted for this series. Hardpoint will be up next. Last time we saw a hardpoint between these two, Vegas Legion walked away the winner. But can they do it again? Are they feeling themselves? Because I'll tell you something, Florida Mutineers seem like they're in very high spirits.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling good after that. I can't imagine Tampa is maybe just a look of disbelief. That's one of those games. Either one of those two teams could have won that 3-0. Either one of those two teams could have been 3-0. But you've got to put it at the back of your mind now as we head over towards Mikado Hardpoint. 7 Hills. Of course. It's an interesting one to say the least. But we did see a game from the side of Las Vegas Legion on this map yesterday. And just undone by really good play when it does come down to the LA Thieves and how well they performed on this map in particular. So let's see, can they maybe just lock in some hills a little bit better than they did yesterday? I said it's a typically 90% of the gameplay coming out of the side of Legion is solid. It's just that other 10% of the time is costing them maybe a little bit too much.
Well, TJ opens up strong, wins that first blood here, and will be the battle of spawn for P2 as well. You can see the way the Vegas are stacking this already. They do not want to give it up.
Keeping hold of that spawn, as you said. Major Maniac. Oof. Free fire coming out through. Probably just trying to escape, but Temp and Co. Hedges is a good place to start looking down as we make the move over towards Cantina in a second. Major Maniac, though, wins the gunfight. Let's do the rest of the Florida Mutineers, and it's a push through alley. That's going to be rebutted pretty much immediately as Temp and Co. continue to lock down where they need to. It's a good extension of the lead, pretty much off the rip. 10 seconds left to go. You got control of P2. Brilliant start for the side of Legion.
Yeah, Temp's going to have to cut back here. He's going to have to look for the players he knows are coming. At the moment, they have the advantage. They have the positioning for it. They just need to make sure that nobody gets through and they get easily broken. They've done so much hard work to make this work for them, starting on the preferred side.
Good shots, and this is, if you're the side of Mutineers, the absolute worst spot you could possibly be pushing from. They're trying to find a kill through the mid-map. They have actually managed to get through, though. So Mutineers in a good spot to maybe try and do something. If you're Major Maniac, just try and stay alive. Try and wait for some support from the rest of your team. We'll find one, and that should maybe break open it yet. On the side of the Florida Mutineers, but right now they are being peppered.
Huge job there from Major Maniac.
Rotation.
Keep an eye. Cool. Finds the first. Oh, to look for the second and almost gets caught throwing the tactical. Jumps down. Some athletics coming forward. Miko is just holding them off. The player he knows is coming as well, but Bragg has his back. Miko's still staying alive here. This rotation has been immense from them so far, and he's going to get caught. TJ not able to do anything. Vigil shuts the door, metaphorically and actually.
Shuts the door, and Legion opens up the door for a potential comeback here for the Florida Mutineers, though. A really good rotation out of him. Putting in the work for his squad. So important you get that done. And it does come down to Mikado with certain hills. As we head over towards 10, or as it's known in the game, I think, is it the Elephant Room? God knows. Here we are. Brack inside the point. Florida Mutineers trying to lock this one down. That's the only one in any sort of position, and I'm presuming probably won't continue that streak. 2 away from the missile. Make that 1. So we see him on the way. Well, he does want to continue this streak because he just jumped straight in.
Well, it's a good chance here from Mutineers. They managed to bring this game back to what can only be described as a very small gap. The rotation will be there. His back alley will be crucial, though.
TJ's going to go big here.
Oh, I think they're going to know he's here as well. Look, when they comes down, but TJ says, all right, well, I'll just kill you instead then. And he'll be waiting for the second player to come through at the same time. Oh, my goodness. Calling it every single step of the way. Now the Legion are set up, and that is a little bit of a slow reaction from Clayster. I thought he had that one ready to go. Probably now has to hold off a lot of what's coming through here. That's going to blow up as well. Tem is just pre-firing, and he catches him. holds them off, but he's alone. Now TJ's going to try and do something, but down he falls as well as the Mutineers break this at 33 seconds.
Chaotic at best is what I would call that. Straight through the front door, works out for the side of Mutineers. TJ does a fantastic job, and to be fair, the majority of the time does go over towards the Vegas Legion, if not just a 50-50 split, and they will get a rotation. Heading back over towards the courtyard, back over towards Tin. Prelude and Co ready and waiting. Being squeezed here, though, because of that push in from Brack. They'll start to get the close spawn. So Mutineers in a position to punish the Major Maniac off the top rope, and all of a sudden it opens up the door for the side of Mutineers to try and break this one.
Holding it down as well, though. He knows the player's going to be here. His teammate died. They're being squeezed from multiple sides. Unfortunately, they are equal to it. More players trying to jump in this one as well. As Major Maniac! 5 streak, and he keeps doing it with great athleticism. Always flying through the air. Tem eventually gets him down as well, though. Havoc reinforcing. At the moment, it was going to be Mutineers who had it, but they've lost it again.
This is utter chaos. That whole hill was just utter chaos. 5 kills now for Temp in a row. Major Maniac and Vehicle, though, just combining back, and it just feels like nobody's got control of this game. Nobody knows which way it's going to go. Everyone's just like, yeah, okay, well, yeah, we could lock this down, or we just fly at each other time and time again, and I'm down for that. That is absolutely fine with me.
Now, while they are behind at this point, Florida are in a very good position. This is not an easy break. It never has been. They've already opened the door one way. Brack is going to find that first kill into the back, though. Gets that Trevor system down just in the nick of time. More players trying to reinforce. It's a hard force from them, and eventually Vegas do get the kills. Major Maniac tries to get another one, but Proloot shuts him down, and that's open. They don't even know that it's open. They're expecting one more player.
I don't understand that from the Mutineers. Vehicle goes to challenge that with a Vaznet. Why are you challenging? You can just chill in that building. You've got an AR up top who can stop the push if he needs to. They're going to break it back because, well, I mean, at this stage in this game, why wouldn't they? Crazy, crazy scenes on both these two teams. But yeah, that seemed like a bit of a misstep by the side of Mutineers, but they'll get it back nonetheless. Heading over towards B7. Neither team really in control here. The spawns probably just about benefiting the side of Mutineers. Get rid of these couple of kills. They're in a good spot. Major Maniac, nice and easy. It's a good rotation out of Florida.
Well, Florida now in the lead, and that could be extended even further. Huge spread out for them as well. Cleasure does win a very important gunfight. More players down the back end. They're waiting for that player as well. Brack almost finds the second, but the pinch comes through. TJ manages to slip the net. Takes that Major Maniac, and the squeeze comes through. TJ has just managed to break this by getting through back alley when they thought they had enough cover.
It looked like enough cover. And Brack and Co trying to find a route back in. Kills traded across the board. Clayster will just stay alive and kicking. And it almost feels like a couple of the players, you want the wise heads here, just sort of say, let's just take a deep breath and slow things down. It feels very fast, it feels very frantic, but both teams just matching the other's pace. And whoever revels in the chaos on that hill, Mo is getting away with the extra points. As we head into the second rotation, it's going to be Florida Mutineers with the preferred side, heading over in towards P1, and will have that preferred side for P2 if they can hold on to it. But with what we've seen so far, Bricey, well, anything is possible. 3 kills in for Vegas Legion. There's the break that comes on through.
That's huge.
It could go back so huge. Bricey, it could go back and forward 2 or 3 times at this rate.
I'm not going to lie to you, though. That could be very, very important. Vegas Legion there, home to the fight for P1, have managed to flip the spawns, but they have to hold it. They have to take advantage of the hard work they've just done. TJ, this is huge, and he is going to go down. Legion have lost it again. You're right, Ton. It was going to flip a couple more times. I don't know who's getting control at the moment, but both teams are fighting for it. Prolude's here again, as well as Havoc.
Was probably going to get away. No, he isn't. And now Callista in bottom cantina, but it's looking like Florida are going to be the ones that benefit from the spawn. They pick up the final 10 seconds or so if they can hold on to that hill. And it's only Callista here to try and do something. Finds his way up top. And he finds his kill on his right-hand side. That sucks for the side of Callista. But that last little bit of scrap time, going to go over towards the side of Vegas Legion. It's about a 20-point game, but P2 can spell danger for the Mutineers. Could lock a full 60 here.
Well, here we go.
They're getting a lot of info here because of how far Brack is pushed up. They should know where they're coming from.
It's slow, it's steady. Vegas are trying to just get through. They've managed to get some bodies in the area. They're now going to get into the house, and Temp makes a huge gunfight as well as TJ breaking in. Major Maniac now has to hold them off. He has top control, but nothing else, and down he goes as well. What a break by the Legion.
Wonderfully done. Both two teams, holes in the game, absolutely, but it is making for an entertaining one, to say the least. Vehicle now trying to break back with the rest of Florida. They're trying to push in. There's 20 seconds left to play for here. Could be a huge swing if Havoc can find the breakthrough. Brack is there for the trade. 15 seconds to go, and the rotation belongs to the Mutineers as well. If they can find these first couple of kills, this is massive from Florida. They slow down the time that's going on over towards P2. They find the P3 rotation, but they need to hold again.
Well, at the moment, they did have a few more bodies in the area here at Vegas, but Florida are holding it down. Major Maniac is still alive. He knows where they're coming from as well. Absolutely gun Clayster out of that building. And now Vegas have a hard break again.
Mutineers can win it here. Legion can no longer. But it needs to be a perfect hold. Major Maniac Brack combining well. Looking towards the push, and it's actually going to be a spawn out from the side of Mutineers, so they're going to get a pinch just by proxy. Vehicle now come around behind, needs the rest of your team to stay alive, but Vehicle to the rescue. They don't even need him. It's 2 easy kills, and Florida Mutineers are 20 away. TJ will find the break. He'll actually find that. They're going to find the break. I don't know. Clayster finds 3. What on earth is going on in this game?
Clayster's found something. Just a little bit, and now his team have to capitalize. They're already in back alley. They're in the barbers. The game's not over. Reinforcements flooding in. That back alley is stacked trophies and players.
Here they come. Bracklin's drop shot around the corner. The old classic. Temp just holding down the alley. The comms must be fast and frantic here. Florida Mutineers getting the time. They're in the point. If you're Legion, you have to break. Florida Mutineers at 15 away. Temp has got to do something. The rest of his team are here. Prolo just straight through the front door. Gives somebody else a haircut inside of Barbers. Brack is away back to the respawn queue. And Legion are in the point.
Prolo on 1 health. Desperately stacking this point. They're doing everything they can. Temp coming to reinforce. It's the last seconds of this one. Look at it. They're just waiting. Here comes the push. The big push from Florida coming in. Havoc gets the first one as well. Clayster just throwing bullets down. TJ gets 2. They're back into the point. Temp is just spraying everything back alley, and that's a wipe. That is it. It's going to be done and dusted. The Legion have managed to hold on and fight back against Florida. We are going to a map number.
Get that.
Oh, we're so close. We're going to a map 5-ton. It was written in the stars. Whew. I'll tell you something.
Game.
For Legion, just pulling that one out of the fire, I was expecting a bigger reaction.
I'm on breath.
How on earth have they done that? Clayster with the 3-piece in tin. He broke them just enough. Just enough.
Oh my. If this is indicative of what kind of year we're about to have, then we are in for a banger, ladies and gents. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, structurally, we could delve into it, but I actually don't care anymore because it was all over the shop. It has to be said. But it doesn't matter when the game's like that. You saw it like, as soon as Vehicle spawned out and had the pinch, Florida alive and kicking in the point. Clears that 3-piece, breaks it. All of a sudden, we're heading over towards Barbershop. And it is an absolute brawl all the way through that final hill. I am perplexed, to say the least. Hotel Search and Destroy to finish off this absolute lunacy of a series.
You thought the control was a little bit chaotic. Well, the hard point was even more so. We have a map 5 coming up between these two teams. Who wins it, who knows? But we'll see you after this break while we catch our breath. Don't go anywhere. More action here on the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Vegas Legion and Florida Mutineers are tied again after the break, 2-2 from these two teams. It's been what can only be described as passionately chaotic in the last two maps we've seen here, and that has sent us to our final map. This will be settled on S&D one way or the other.
Oh, it feels like a drunken bar fight, this one, Brycey. It's bizarre, it has to be said. A crazy game. I said we've seen flaws pretty much from both two teams in these last two maps, but it is not taken away from what has been the entertainment of a brilliant series. First two maps were mostly comfortable for both two teams, it has to be said. The Search and Destroy, Florida Mutineers looked fantastic. Legion was sloppy. Map number one, we've seen some sloppy beginnings, I want to say, from the side of the Florida Mutineers. Did I say Paris again? I don't even know at this stage. The last two maps, though, have been so chaotic. If you're just coming in now, you need to make sure you watch these two back because it was wild. I said I'm delirious at this stage. But map number 5 is coming up. It's going to be Hotel Search and Destroy. A map that I want to say, it has its fast break-offs. You can play it slowly. So who knows what we're going to expect here coming into map number 5. It is anybody's guess at this rate.
It certainly is. I mean, the only kind of stats we have for this is that technically Legion won an S&D yesterday and they lost one today, and Mutineers won one today, and that's basically as far as we know. So your guess is as good as ours of what happens in this last one. The only thing you could possibly say is maybe momentum swings a little bit towards the team of Vegas, but on the other side of it, the last S&D between these two was very confident for the Mutineers.
Yeah, it was really good from the Mutineers, it has to be said, but it definitely felt like the Legion weren't necessarily adapting to what Mutineers were doing, which was kind of just holding mid with a sniper. Then they would make that push through late, and it was just free open mid all the time. Of course, Hotel's very different than Mikado. There's at least 2 viable bomb sites, it has to be said. So let's see which way things are going to go in this one. It is very different map to Mikado Search and Destroy. Will Mutineers feel that confidence that they did throughout that second map after losing map number 4 like that? That's another question. Experience does belong to the side of Paris as we head into game number 5 to close out the day in what has been a cracker of a series. It's been a great series, it's also been a pretty crazy one, has to be said. Temp though, he was the guy that got those important kills for his team towards the end, holding down that alley as best as he possibly could. It was 2 or 3 to lock in those final few points. Can he be the guy that finds the win here in map number 5?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Big push coming in from the Legion so far.
Push over towards B. Starting to come in now. Grenades going out. Havoc and Coach is going to have to hold on tight here. Very weak. Good play from the side of Legion. Now they have full control of Kitchen.
They're waiting for this one. They're just trying to figure out where exactly he needs to look and playing it patient. Probably hearing footsteps all around him. It's all balanced on a knife edge.
It's like nobody wants to move. All 2 teams with plenty of bodies. Bullets gone through the wall there. Don't think anybody actually gets tagged. Well, Brock's definitely being tagged by that though, so do Legion choose to move forward? Well, they don't. And Major Maniac comes around, slipped through the back door, and gets out like a thief in the night. Dead silence popped. Gunfights going on in mid-map. It's all of a sudden a 2v2, Bryce.
They have to push to get a Major Maniac knows, and oh my goodness, the timing! Where's Clay to go? And Clay to get the timing as well, 1 versus 1! And Vehicle just runs away, knowing that's bombed down, knowing he just has to get out of it, and here comes the timing, and he gets the kill anyway. Unreal.
It felt difficult to kind of ascertain who was attacking and defending there. When we were sitting in and around the kitchen, it was a strange situation to say the least. Both 2 teams just kind of stacked in and around it. Which way does it go? We don't know. In the end, it heads over towards the side of Mutineers. I mean, in that situation, Calista in a great spot, and just timings across the board, really, from both two teams. Don't go their way, but in the end, it is ultimately Mutineers who benefit. Vico 3-0, and has to be said, his first CDL showing. Seen some positive signs from him. Maybe not that challenge.
Oh well, two-piece to two-piece.
Step by into kitchen as well. That's now going to be a problem for the side of Legion.
Big fighter will come down. Temp's going to get it, surely, and does catch him before he can escape. Havoc, a 1 versus 2, and also the ace, if he can pull this off somehow.
We've seen an ace already from him in this series. That silence used up. Oh, he's going to be spotted as well. That's tough. Vaznev, this situation.
Ciao!
You don't fancy his chances. I mean, they know where he is. It's one of those that you could wrap back around, but you're always in a tough spot in that scenario.
Well, comes flying out, and there are multiple players watching him. 1-1 now between Vegas Legion and Florida Mutineers. Who pulls ahead? Who stamps their authority on this game?
And honestly, it's kind of been, well, I mean, those kills that even came through there towards the mid, it was a mid-map fight that kind of came off even. And honestly, as soon as Havoc was behind them, I thought they had a good chance there, but Mutineers couldn't hold the advantage that they had. Big stack over towards A, though. Legion just scoping this one out. Placed it. Now bedroom control is pretty much paramount for both two sides when it comes down to attacking or defending. Over towards the Say's site. Legion starting to stack. That grenade will deter Vico. He'll have to back up and Legion make their move.
Oh, Major Maniac just can't see it, but this player surely can't get out alive, and he does. The smoke from the grenade gives him just enough cover. Rack opens it up. Gets one down, and they're looking for this temp laying on the stairs, hoping to just catch somebody who comes out here and makes this push.
Havoc needs to get over there pretty quickly.
Finds one.
Around, yeah, that temp already finding another. 2 versus 3. This is still very doable for the side. Vegas Legion. Dead silence pop. Calista finds one. 2v2.
Temp keeps repositioning. Calista finds a second as well. And Vico last alive finds Calista. Can he find Temp? No. And Calista is hyped. Some passion flowing at the Legion.
He does so well towards the back. Temp there for the trade. Takes a little bit of damage, but not to worry.
Well, advantage to the Legion. It feels so close. Let's find out now if Mutineers can answer back.
Snipers out. Starting to open the doors. Dare you to peek it. Oh, Calista! Picture perfect. Absolutely picture perfect from Calista. Opens things up. Defensive round advantage now for the side of Vegas Legion.
Who can he see? They're playing around the snipe pick again. They're going to wait for Clay maybe to clear it. No, Clay's backed off. Prolute will be the player who might have an opportunity to...
Left in a 1 versus 3.
Well, if anyone can do it, Havoc can. Finds the first. Looks for the second. They've got to chow him. They've got to go for it and tries the gun, but it is perfect teamwork. They chow at the same time. And they get away with it.
We're definitely going to have to run that Calista snipe back. Perfectly played. Vegas Legion, another round their way.
There it is again. Oh, the pixels. The tiny margins from that player just taking the top of their head clean off.
Clay's feeling it here. And map number 5. As said, the experience belongs to the side of Vegas Legion. It's the experience carrying them through 5 and 2, respectively, from both Temp and Calista. Pick it over towards B, though. Potentially this time for the side of Vegas Legion. Havoc. Hold tight, son. Does he hear them?
Yes, he does.
Oh, he knows something's coming through. All the nets coming through as well. Havoc's going to be close and absolutely destroyed before he can get anything going. Fast plant now coming in from Vegas. Major Maniac going to push straight into this one as well. Looking for it. He finds Clayster in the back. Down he goes. Nobody has covered that for him. Major Maniac going for the second plant, but I don't think he's going to see him down as well. And now Vehicle left in a 1 versus 2. It's all going to Vegas at the moment.
Oh, Temp's going to charge. Temp's going to be very, very weak. Doesn't know which way to go here if you're Vehicle. The wide angle peek comes on through. Vegas Legion. Another round here in map number 5. And honestly, I feel like that really does come down to Temp. The late rotation from him. He sends himself over towards B. Just a little bit of recon work, if you like. As the rest of the team head first into kitchen to plant that bomb. He rotates late, catches players off guard on the way around. Fantastic stuff from the side of Legion. Much better from them in this Search and Destroy map in particular. They were poor on map number 2, where this has been quite clinical from the side of Legion so far.
Let's see. Mutineers fight their way back into this. They've had so much greatness in this series so far. And they do it again. Another big push coming down here. Looking for it closer behind that door. Everybody just ready for things to kick off. Bomb will go down. Clay may try and make this happen if he does. Does get it as well. Stays alive, but he is trapped in a corner. They're going out.
Look at Havoc. Look where Havoc is. He's right in. Oh, I mean, he was right in the nest, if you like. But TJ will find the kill. It's now a 2 versus 4 hold for Mutineers, and this has got to be impossible. Temple will be the first one to go. Next kill is massive.
Well, but Major Maniac takes down 2. He's weak. He's still alive though. Still alive on 1 health point. He's still alive. Clayster has to go for a 1 versus 2. Finds the first, but has no time, and Brack just has to wait him out. And he will get the kill, but it doesn't really matter. That bomb will go off, and Mutineers will get a point onto it. Major Maniac holding it down for Mutineers.
Second kill is absurd from Major Maniac. Crazy round. The aggression comes through, and Clayster has been an absolute host over towards this site every single time. Whether it be attack, defend, he's getting the job done. But in that scenario, a Major Maniac just comes up with plays like that, there's not much that you can counter it with. So Mutineers, a slither of hope.
Oh, there's a stun check. Another stun check. Just to find him as well, and Clayster will get that first blood. However, I think they're going to try and bait this one out. Are they going to rotate to Clay, or are they going to use Clay as bait to try and go the other way? It looks like they're rotating to Clay.
So Major Maniac is obviously going to be very important here. Brack is not going to see a great deal, if anything. But that noise will now start coming through if you're Major Maniac. I'm just trying to survive as best as I can. Finds one. If he can find a second, it would be brilliant. He will not. Brack towards the back. Needs some help. Does have some utility. That door is shut. Oh, it wasn't. I mean, I don't know what's going on with the door. Nonetheless, now it is
Keep
shut.
closing the door on him. Bomb down, 3 versus 2. They are laying down and taking every single corner here. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's so difficult. Brack is trying to find something as he sprays through the wall. A couple of hit markers, but nothing else. Beagle going to try and help him out here, but at some point they just have to go.
Everybody in there tight. This gunfight could still work out for Mutineers. A couple of players weak, and you might just think of sending it. Temp moves forward, tries to find the kill. It's a misstep to say at the least. 12 seconds left to go. Probably.
Gonna go for it, just has to get the kill on it as well, and he doesn't. He gets gunned down, and that is defused. Mutineers with a 2 versus 3 clutch. They get all 3 players. And Legion thought that was in. It was locked. That is going to be a rewatch at some point. They just had to hold off 2 players, but they don't win a gunfight. They don't get a single kill.
2 huge clutches from the side of Mutineers to get them back within touching distance here on map number 5.
Temp ran out with a knife. I just rewatched it.
I know. Yeah, was it with a knife?
Yeah.
I mean, if he pulls it off, yeah, we give him his plaudits. But it doesn't, and all of a sudden you brought a knife to a gunfight, you're dead, and you've just lost the round.
Here we go again. Vehicle trying to stretch this one. Has managed to get it.
He's gonna get out as well, you know. Yep. Or at least survive. Grenade for the cover. Gets it. Eagle is across in a dangerous, dangerous spot. Prolu can't challenge this. Look at number one.
Waiting for the flank.
Look at Temp. Big gunfight about to go down.
He's not going to get it. He's going to go down. And now Prolu is trying to do something from a very difficult position. Major Maniac gets another kill at this point. He's popped the Teddy for it as well. And the Teddy will catch him in the animation. It's 4-4. The Legion is breaking under the pressure. Florida Mutineers have fought their way back into it.
Things will start to get very, very tense. We said that this game is important for both of these two teams. Things do not get any easier than this. And that's not any disrespect to either one of these two teams. It's just their schedules are hard. There are no easy games in the CDL, and this is proving it.
Let's see.
I mean, here's a Wolfpacker.
They are. Vigo's the only player who could slow this down, and he has to. Keep an eye on Temp, though. It looks like he may be the stopgap. He has the TAC 56 out. I don't think he knows that so many players are coming at him as well. He's going to be flanked, and he is going to go down. That bomb has been taken out as well, and Florida are now just clearing house. Prolu left alive in a 1 versus 4. Nowhere to go. No hope. And Florida take the lead. 5-4 in this S&D.
Wonderfully orchestrated by the side of Florida Mutineers. Vehicle just does enough to put them off, to keep them away. And Tim's not going to read into that because he's peeking over. Bullets are flying his way, but that 211 days may extend. As Florida Mutineers now in the ascendancy. They were 4-1 down. They are 5-4 up.
The Vegas Legion have it in them to regain. That bomb's going down already.
It's a mid stack.
Proludes! Gonna get away with it though. Backs off very, very quickly, and that bomb's going down with confidence. Florida will have the advantage.
Get back on up. I feel like this one's on Prolud to try and find a kill on the flank. Clears there. A grenade over towards Vehicle. He goes down. Prolud, massive kill coming in. It's a 4 versus 2. It's a 4 versus 1. And round 11 beckons.
Of course. After everything we've seen this series, it has to come down to this. We will be going map 5, round 11. A fight to the very bitter end. Legion found something. And now let's see. One last opportunity for both teams.
Well, me, you, and the tens of thousands, if not nearly 100,000 in the Twitch chat right now are here to enjoy the very first map 5, round 11 of the Modern Warfare 2 season. Let's see how it goes down between the Vegas Legion and the Florida Mutineers. What a game this has been in such an important series for both these two teams. How does it go down? It's going to be Mutineers on the attack. Temp all alone. Needs to find a kill here, or even just get out. Oh, he stunned himself. It's a disaster. He's already dead, and Vehicle and Colt are in the kitchen and they are cooking.
Vehicle's found another. Vehicle is here. Catches him. Havoc takes one, and it's just close to left, and down he goes. It doesn't end with a bang, it ends with a whimper for the Legion. Nothing went right. Everything went wrong. And the Florida Mutineers get it done.
An absolute banger. There was mistakes, there was flaws, but all of them perfect in their own little way, Brycey, because that was thoroughly entertaining. Both two teams somewhat throwing caution to the wind and just flying at each other all day long. Every single map had its moments. And the search and destroy, if you're the Vegas Legion, you are, I believe, 4-1 up, if I remember correctly, and cruising. Look at those first bloods. That is 8 first bloods out of 11 rounds, and you lose 6-5.
I honestly think the Legion were a little bit put off by the Florida Mutineers attacking kind of decisions, like that vehicle stretch with the bomb.
Yep, constantly getting it down. Constantly getting it down.
I just think it really hurt them. They just weren't expecting it. They didn't really have a counter for it. They only managed to take that vehicle cleanly once after it, but yeah, a lot to break down as S&D. Florida managed to fight back. They held their nerve, and they walk away with a win here in the CDL.
It's just a great series. I mean, it had its moments here and there. This is wonderful from playstep. Fantastically done. And I love the plays from Vico, the grenades going down to smoke on the cross. We heard about it. There you go, 4-1 to the Legion. And I believe it's a 2 versus 4 to make it 4-2. Miniac on 2, and then just coming up. And then this round as well. And fumbles across the board from Vegas Legion. 2 rounds where you say to yourself, you probably shouldn't be losing. And those 2 rounds would have made a massive difference.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Well, of course, that's what I mean. You can't, when it comes to a 6-5, you can't afford to be losing 2 versus 4s. You can't afford to be 3 men inside a kitchen, bomb down, and one of your players running out with a knife.
Well, he must have run out of ammo. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That's what I will say. He must have run out of ammo from all the firing that had gone on beforehand, but it's unfortunate. Sometimes that's the way it works, but the 2 versus 3, it just never worked out for them. And I'm sure our studio has a million things to say about this one. So Puckett, over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is back-to-back games that hurt my head. But we got our Game 5, Round 11. I was telling production, it's been too easy of a day. We're going the distance, and my Mutineers are going to make me 2 for 2 on the desk. How are your predictions going, Alley Cat and Nameless?
Dude.
I'd rather not talk about it, Puckett, if you don't mind.
Let's talk about this match then. Interesting game back and forth. If you looked at game number 1, a lot of momentum for Vegas. Search and Destroy comes around, though, and I start to notice the Mutineers got a strength on the squad. When it came to that game 5, though, Allie, should we have even been close to a round 11? I think the casters commentated on it. 8 first bloods for Legion, and you lose 6-5.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. This entire series was a headache from beginning to end. And then in that game 5, we just witnessed a breakdown. You do not go up 4-1 and you give up that many rounds to go into round 11 and not even be able to close it out, especially with the momentum a player like Clayster has put in your side. That snipe was a pixel.
Yes.
It was insane. Everything should have gone for Paris Legion, and it was just hiccup after hiccup after hiccup. I mean, they were in a beautiful position to put the bomb down A side. If you work so hard to trick them to think you're going to be that long on a map like Hotel, and you finally get the situation where they send 3 players into kitchen and have 1 on A, and you're not even trying to plant the bomb, and then you don't even have somebody properly set up to watch the back and just get pushed out. It was a breakdown.
Some mistakes in the game. I think everyone's going to go over their VODs and realize where they can improve. And there was a lot of improvement to do on both sides of this. But the Mutineers are coming in. They have everyone against them on social media. They've got a brand new roster, and they just pulled off the W. They did have a scuff play of the game as well, Ant, and we should revisit some of the good parts of this series because the Mutineers walk away 3-2.
Yeah, I think it's probably the play Allie was just breaking down. It's that search and destroy round where, you know, they're set up inside a kitchen on the side of Legion, and right now this is an extremely tough position if you're the Mutineers, but Temp gives them a freebie. He runs out with his knife in his hand, and that's going to allow the other teammate as well in Florida to collapse. They get the second kill, and from here on out, they have the advantage. They have the positioning, and you could just use the 2v1 and wait for the guy to kill you off bomb, and that's a GG. I mean, that's patience. They listen for the sound cue. They got the freebie, and they execute the win.
Like, I know Brycey was trying to be like, oh, well, maybe he was out of ammo. That doesn't mean you run out of side door. Like, the only thing I can think of is maybe he was trying to get the drop on the 2 players because he knew both of them were back there. But even then, you're a man up. You have Prolute inside on the backside to watch either if TJ gets pushed or if Temp gets pushed. And then Temp pushes himself. And so what that does is Prolute now looks where Temp dies. He gives up TJ. TJ loses his gunfight. My brain, Chris, my brain. I can't wrap my head around it.
I do have to say, if anyone is making a montage at home, we saw the snipe of the CDL so far. Thank you, Clayster, for that. Donnie Temp, we saw a bad finish to that round 11, but you started off the game 5-1. I think the Vegas crew has a lot of things to look forward to the rest of this season. A rough opening week, though, Ant.
Yeah, it was a rough opening week for sure. But then also, like, even in the hard point, they didn't rotate a lot, but they had some pretty wild breaks.
Huge breaks.
Like, literally winning their... Like, the gunny was there for the Vegas Legion boys. They just got to refine some of the smaller things within the game. That teamwork just has to come stronger next time.
There we go. Seattle Surge, they were able to go up against Boston Breach. Breach wins that one. Now we see Vegas Legion coming in with an 0-1. They now joined the Surge at 0-2. Florida Mutineers, though, sitting at 1-0. And I got to ask you, what was the thing that stood out from the squad that impressed you, if anything, Allie? If you're going back and you're watching Savad prepping to play against this team, what do you got to look out for?
Honestly, I have to say it was the control, because I know going into this, I already noted that Florida Mutineers is going to be a good search and destroy team. You could look at them on paper. I already knew they were going to succeed when it comes to map 2 and 5. But in the control, I think is what caught me off by surprise, is they played around each other incredibly well. They molded well as a team that I didn't really expect to happen. They waited for each other. We're talking about control that was 5 offenses in a row. Impressive by both teams, but the way Florida executed it was just, it was picture perfect. They waited for each other, they played the picks, and they stacked the points. So watch out for Florida Mutineers being the 2-3-5 team.
There we go. Can they get it done in game 5s all season? I hope not. I want to see him win more respawn. Right now, we got the man Havoc on the line, and I got to ask you, Havoc, I hooked you up coming in. I was like, this is my guy from AW. He's been causing problems in Search since that first game that I witnessed you in. Whose call was it that round 11 to just do the full bull rush and it hit Legion, put them on their back?
$10 was Havoc.
Yeah, man. That was a... First of all, that was a series. Second of all, welcome back, Puckett. And yeah, so the last round, I was like, wait, we haven't done our B shot. We were like, let's just all hit B here. Like, what do you think, Mike? Because he's also very involved with the shot calling. And he was like, yeah, you know what? I'm down. And then we just went ahead with it. They were doing it to us all map, and it ended up working out really good. I almost naded myself and team naded, but it worked out. So.
It almost. Fortunately, one of your stuns caught Donnie Temp, and that slowed down his whole defensive plan. You guys just stormed in after that, and you walk away with your first dub of the season. Can you tell me a little bit about the formation of the team, though? Because if you went to social media, everyone's saying, when is Florida going to announce their team? When are they going to come together? You guys now have your 4-man lineup. How did this team get put together, and what are your expectations for this first stage?
It's Javi. We picked him up. Our team formed pretty late. We were kind of like the last, remaining good pickups. And I think we got really blessed with the people that we got to pick up. I mean, personality-wise, like, we're all really good friends right now. And obviously, hopefully moving forward for the rest of the season. And we just meshed really well. And we knew from the beginning of practice that over time, once we dial in our game, we're gonna be hard to beat.
Love to hear it.
Yeah, definitely. And sorry to talk over you guys when you do that. I was like, I know it's Havoc that made their play call. Like, I just know when it comes to some insane, like, momentum changes in S&D, it's usually you, because you usually have something crazy. Like, you know what? Let's just do something off the wall. And it certainly caught them off guard. Temp even stunned himself in that position. You caught him so off guard in that cat call room. But my question for you now is that control. It was 5 offenses in a row. That is not something we have really seen in this game at all. Winning an offense has been impressive so far. So I want to dig your brain a bit in scrims. Has that been something that has been happening for you guys, or is that just like an in-series, like, crazy phenomenon?
So I was actually talking to Tom Ogre 2, our manager, and I was like, he was like, does that happen in scrims right after? And I was like, honestly, like, no, like, that map is relatively moderate to win an offense. It's pretty neutral, but 5 in a row, like, you can't predict that.
5 in a row. It's been some ridiculous stuff here on opening week. Before we let you go, Havoc, because you got to celebrate with the team. We know Big Vic's getting excited in the background. What do you think about this game right now? Where is your greatest strength as a player coming late in your career now?
Yeah, so I'm loving the game. I think it fits my playstyle personally really well. I've been known lately in my career to be like kind of ratty, which means like, getting in like pushed up spots or like being a nuisance on the map or taking good routes. And I think that's going to be my strong suit this year. I just got to keep working at it, open mind, take all the criticism from my great teammates, and that'll be my strong suit for the year.
Havoc, you're a young man, but what is it, 8th, 9th season for you? It's great to see you killing it still and doing it in the Florida Mutineers jersey. Congratulations on that ballsy 11th round call and your first dub of the season, buddy.
Thank you.
That is Colt Havoc. You're going to see him all season for the Florida Mutineers. And also, big shout out to my man, Tommy Ryan, a.k.a. Ogre 2, the greatest Halo player in the history of esports. He is now the GM of Florida, and he's got something good brewing down there. Let's talk about Havoc's stat, though, in particular, Nameless, as we break down the numbers for this, man. He's been bringing some inconsistent numbers throughout his career. Another good day here in the CDL.
I mean, I think last year he sort of figured it out. Like, he got picked up into that Minnesota team and started frying, and now he finds himself on a squad that wins the first game. And, you know, he looked good throughout it, especially in that control. He had some really big plays for the squad on that last offense. If it wasn't for him getting that kill onto Clayster, I don't know if they were going to be able to take that one down. But he's just an elusive player on the map. SMG player is going to be up close and personal, making plays and search and destroy. He's going to be a thorn in your side. Like, he's a great player to have on your team.
Yeah, watch your flank, man. Havoc's coming at you from a side you're not expecting. Mutineers get the W there, but that's not the only match we got to recap. Let's go through all of today's action, starting with the first pick that I got right. Minnesota Rocket versus Toronto Ultra. All of the experts are saying Ultra's the team to beat. Well, Minnesota showed me enough yesterday to give me some faith, and, well, they came through for me in this battle.
Oh, they certainly did. And honestly, I'd like to say that Afro certainly came through for you in this battle. Continuation from what we saw on Friday. I mean, he was just literally unstoppable, and I'm happy to see this consistency from a rookie that was last year a bit, you know, when we got on land it was a bit questionable, but online was seemingly frying, but couldn't find a whole lot of success under the London Royal Ravens. Now on this Minnesota Rocker squad has seemed to found his home. And on the other side of things, the Toronto Ultra is certainly an unfavorable series from them, and unfortunately seeming to continue from last year's franchise tendencies of just not being able to close out series and close out maps even when they're ahead.
That's going to be a battle for the ages, I'm telling you. They started off here. They get that first W against them after Toronto threw Bantakami to the Wolves. These guys are going to be battling in the North all season long, and it's just so impressive, like, seeing Minnesota Rocker continue to be good at search and destroy. This is a brand new team. They look so strong in the mode, undefeated so far there. So it'll be interesting to see that develop as the season goes on.
Bantakami get their revenge in the battle for the North. Standy still looking like a strong pickup, though, for the Ultra, and we're excited to see what's going to come out of Toronto in their second matchup, which is coming up tomorrow. This wasn't the only series, though. We got to talk about the boys in London, because when they matched up against the Subliners, everybody was going for New York. This was the most one-sided series we have seen in our 100%. First 2 days. A 3-0 here from London.
Absolutely, and it was another year 2 rookie from last year that was really putting up the numbers in Nasty. So happy to see an M4 in his hand, and I mean, he just seemed unkillable. I'm going to be honest. When a play was being made, it was Nasty popping the 2, Nasty popping the 3, or being there for the final trade. So New York clearly has to go back to their camp and figure some things out, because their teamwork seemed to be there throughout these entirety of these hard points. But London Royal Ravens still somehow came out on top, man.
Oh, I mean, seemed just frying in this clip as well. Everybody had their moments, Dave.
Dude, it was beautiful. I couldn't believe it, Coach said. I'm so low after seeing that match. Like, watch them in that control, too. Just a 3-0 smoke show.
Yeah.
Just dominating them, even on the offense. Everybody was playing well. Asim in the search and destroy was popping off as well, picking up 2 pieces left and right. The London Royal Ravens, like, a little bit surprising. And on the flip side, like, New York Subliners, this is a team that I had a question mark coming into the season. I did not know how they were going to perform. They look lost, Puckett. They did not look like they've been scrimming every single day, 3 scrim blocks. They have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
They look like they're really far behind.
You looked at some of the highlights of this one. Hydra had a really strong slaying performance. He also had an ace in their search and destroy game. But at the end of the day, a 3-0 is a 3-0, and that is not something you can afford if you're looking to build early season momentum. You got some talent on this lineup. Priestess, Skies, Kismet, and of course, the new guy Hydra. What will they do moving forward? We'll have to find out. The Frenchman, though, he is the threat for New York. We'll see if he gets it done. When you looked at this battle, who were you expecting from Boston to be the hero? Was it Awakening once again, Nameless?
I was expecting Big Wake, and that's what we saw. We saw Big Wake popping off for the team. I mean, it was a good series by all means, but they seem ahead. Like, these guys on their pushes, on their breaks, multiple times where Seattle had a good setup in hardpoint. By all means, they should have been able to lock it down, but it's Vivid who gets in behind, or it's Methods who's making the big play. And when you need Awakening to just go forward, get a 2-piece for you, he's getting it done. So the move that Boston Breach made, swapping out TJ for Wake, it's worked in Respawn, because they never looked this good in that game.
And I will say to that point, especially in that very first hard point of this series, like Boston Breach were still making like pretty glaring mistakes. Like there were some times where I was watching Vivid that I'm used to being the higher IQ player making the route, making small mistakes like hitting a last 10 seconds, kind of messing up the spawns, and they were still able to pull out through the W. So room to improve, but beating teams like Atlanta, beating teams like Seattle Surge who are in talks of being top 6, top 4, top 2. So a great start for this franchise. Again, one of the younger franchises. It's only their second year, and they're starting out 2-0.
And I have to say, great job from Boston Breach in general. Yesterday, we saw Sib kind of off the leash, putting up huge numbers for Seattle Surge despite that loss yesterday. He comes in today, and I was looking at him and Pred's KD throughout this series. It seemed like Boston did a good job of making sure neither of those players ever got on more than a 4-kill streak. They were making sure no one caught fire throughout this series.
Yeah, they were tame today, and that's a testament to the system of the Boston Breach. You know, they had a couple moments where they put Seattle in the blender, spawning them super far away. We'll see if that continues for Seattle, but we've seen slumps out of them before, Puck. They weren't performing well. They were able to get out of it.
Well, Twitch chat, I've been trying to delay, been trying to buy you time for a few extra drops before your night ends. But here is the close. We got to get you ready for tomorrow, though. We're coming in Sunday with a brand new day of 4 more matches. The LA Gorillas take on the unbeaten London Royal Ravens. Texas Optics back in action against the Mutineers, who got their win in a Game 5 tonight. LA Thieves take on Atlanta FaZe as FaZe looks for their first win of the season. And Ultra Subliners, somebody's walking away with a W. I think that squirrel on the left has a lot more fans right now, though. Allie, Nameless, as we close out day number 2, what is the one thing you'll be taking home with you tonight, Allie?
I am going to think of my prediction and then go against it heading into tomorrow.
There you go.
And
Flip
see
the
if that
script
works
tomorrow.
out.
I like that. What about you, Nameless?
Boston is the real deal. They look absolutely disgusting, beating 2 of our top 3 teams from last year. They're not to be slept on.
Chat, let me know, what do you think are the top 5 plays of the week? I'm bored in the mornings. Might as well make some clips. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. 1 p.m. Eastern for us, 3 p.m. Eastern for all of you who are watching at home, and of course, 12 o'clock if you're watching it on the West Coast. Thanks for tuning in for another night of CDL. We'll see you all tomorrow.